everyone. We're just going to wait a couple more minutes to get started for one of our commissioners. So just thanks for your patience. We'll be getting started very shortly. All right, thank you, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. The West Hollywood Planning Commission acknowledges that the land on which we gather, and that is currently known as the City of West Hollywood, is the occupied, unceded, seized territory of the Gabrielino Tongva and the Gabrielino K'iche' peoples. This Planning Commission meeting is being live broadcast and teleconferenced on the city's website and is also provided on a wide array of streaming media platforms to offer access to the public to the fullest extent possible. You may call in to make a comment, and you may also listen to this meeting by dialing 669-900-6833, meeting ID 891-9518-9124, and then press the pound sign. WehoTV staff have confirmed that this Planning Commission meeting is currently streaming successfully on Spectrum Channel 10 and online at weho.org/WehoTV. In addition, and as a courtesy, this meeting is also successfully streaming on the city's YouTube channel at youtube.com/WehoTV and on Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV, and Android TV. WehoTV staff monitor this broadcast on all platforms throughout the meeting and will notify the Planning Commission Secretary should broadcast disruptions arise. Please do not interrupt the live meeting by calling or texting the Planning Commissioners about difficulties viewing the meeting. Please understand that internet speeds, device reliability, third-party platform reliability, and individual or personal technical issues are out of the scope of this broadcast. If you are experiencing viewing difficulties while watching this live stream, please reload the page or visit weho.org/WehoTV to access our official live stream and to view a list of other available streaming options and a guide to troubleshoot your connection. If you continue to experience difficulties, you can also call 323-848-3151. Thank you for coming tonight, everyone. I'm calling to order this meeting of the West Hollywood Planning Commission. This is a regularly scheduled meeting. It is Thursday, November 17th, and we are a little bit behind schedule. It's 6:36 p.m. right now. Item 2 is the Pledge of Allegiance. We haven't seen this many people in person in a long time, by the way, so just want to thank you all for coming out. But because I can't see that well, I'm going to ask one of our fellow commissioners to lead us in the pledge. Vice Chair Thomas, would you be so kind? Thank you for being game to do that. Item 3 is roll call. David, can you please call roll for us?
Good evening, Commissioners. Commissioner Matos.
Present.
Commissioner Lombardi.
Present.
Commissioner Gregoire.
Present.
Commissioner Copeland.
Present.
Commissioner Carvalero.
Present.
Vice Chair Thomas. Chair Jones.
Here.
And we have a full quorum.
Thank you. Item 4 is approval of the agenda. This is approval for the agenda of Thursday, November 3rd. Wait. I think this might be a misprint. Am I misguided here? I think this may have belonged under item 5, approval of the minutes, since we would have approved the agenda for the last meeting at the last meeting.
It would be for approval for Thursday, November 17th. That is a typo.
Okay, great. Thank you. Just wanted to make sure my eyes aren't deceiving me. In any case, looks like we have a motion on the floor from Vice Chair Thomas, second by Commissioner Matos.
And the motion carries unanimously to approve the agenda for Thursday, November 17th, 2022 as presented.
Great, thank you. Approval of the minutes. We have 2 items here that we will need to vote on separately. Item 5A, this is for the October 20th, 2022 meeting. This is a court transcription, which is why I believe it took a little bit longer than usual. Do we have a motion and a second?
We have a motion by Commissioner Matos, seconded by Commissioner Gregoire.
That's my bad.
And the motion carries, noting Commissioner Carvalero as abstaining from this vote, approving the minutes for October 20th, 2022 as presented.
Great, thank you. Item 5B is the minutes for November 3rd, 2022. This is from our meeting 2 weeks ago.
We have a motion by Commissioner Matos, seconded by Chair Jones. Vice Chair Thomas? Thank you. And the motion is unanimous, approving the minutes for November 3rd, 2022 as presented.
Great, thank you. Item 6 is public comment. For any of you who aren't familiar with the format, it's totally fine. We do it every 2 weeks here, but don't expect every one of you to be intimately familiar. So I'm going to quickly run you through kind of how this works. So if you have a public comment that is not pertaining to one of the agenda items for tonight, one of the actual public hearings that we have, that would be 10A, 10B, or our new business item, 11A, you can give it at this time. But if you want to speak on one of those items, you should please give your name on a speaker slip to our secretary here, Mr. Gillig, sitting at the front. He's a lovely person, and you can enlist to speak during one of those periods. There will also be a general public comment portion at the end of the meeting. This is following all of our public hearings and new business items. So again, this is a time for public comment that is general feedback pertaining to things that are not on our agenda for this evening. So with that being said, David, do we have any public speakers?
Chair, I have no public speakers here in chambers. We do have one on the Zoom platform.
Great, thank you.
And I'll hand that over to Joe.
Yes, we do have one public speaker. It is Lynn Russell. Lynn, please state your name and city of residence, and then *6 to unmute, please.
Good evening, Chairman Jones and fellow planning commissioners. This is Lynn Russell in West Hollywood. Although the city established a process whereby buildings of potential cultural resource considerations were to be examined, it appears quite arbitrary and inconsistent. There are several examples of arbitrary decisions. Most of whatever steps taken by the city appear in somewhat of a word salad staff report, and the documents do not represent a clear, concise, and transparent process. And in some instances, individuals and/or groups of residents have been unnecessarily burdened by the onerous appeals when the chief point was inconsistency of procedure and in addition to faulty information. I have a list to offer of the 5 properties. They're not all of the properties under this category, but it's at least 5. 1257 North Sweetser, and these are more completely discussed and characterized in the staff report. Number 2 is 1150 North Orange Grove Boulevard. The third, 8001 to 8003 Santa Monica Boulevard. Number 4, 8000 Fountain Avenue. And lastly, 950 North Ogden, which never actually made it into a hearing or discussion, and it was the last remaining Dutch colonial example in West Hollywood. As a result of the inconsistent process and procedures, failing to receive a reasonable and transparent public review, the slow erosion of West Hollywood's historic and architectural past and culture is lost through erosion. Failure of the city to maintain an even-handed, knowledgeable staff member conversant in the essence of historic preservation element is avoidable. The sad results speak for themselves and are entirely preventable. West Hollywood inherited a wealth of historic cultural resources. It is very easy to note the outstanding examples, but it takes a minimum amount of diligence to recognize those in the fabric of the landscape which comprise varied neighborhoods in the community representing a quality of life. Historic preservation deserves to be regarded as a living, breathing element in the community and not some detached decorative artifact. I'm requesting that you increase your advocacy for correct policy and procedure and possibly agendize this subject for the future, which will hopefully be reflected in maintaining our cultural history. Thank you so much. And I see, since we went through the approval of the agenda, strangely, the request for a continuance on the item of 1317 North Crescent Heights Boulevard seems to have been strangely ignored. So that is sad as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lynn. And Chair, I want to we have several callers that have called in on Zoom. I just wanted to give them an opportunity. If they do want to speak on a general comment, just *9. *9 from your telephone to the net will let us know if you'd like to speak under a general comment. And Chair, it looks like we are all clear.
Great, thank you very much. Item 7 is Director's Report.
Mr. Kehoe was not available to be here this evening, so there will be no director's report.
All right, thank you. Item 8 is items from commissioners. Do we have any items from commissioners this evening? Okay. If you think of anything, we will have another one of these at the end. All right, item 9 is consent calendar. We have none. Item 10A is public hearings. So we will have our first public hearing. Just to note, a matter of procedure, because of some of the technical issues we've been having, if any of you were here for our last meeting, we had some technical issues. We actually had to end the meeting early. So we're going to do a 5-minute break between each one of the public hearings and then the new business item as well. So just so you know, it's just to make sure that everybody can participate via Zoom and that everyone has a view of our and your faces and everybody can hear everything that's going on. So with that, 10A is our first public hearing. This is 511 North Flora Street. This is a public hearing to consider a request to subdivide a 3-story, 6-unit residential development into a common interest development and adopting a categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15332, for the property located at the aforementioned address. And I will hand this over to staff for a presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Roger Rath. I'm one of the associate planners with the current historic preservation planning team, and I will be presenting this item for you tonight. So the item before you is a request for a tentative tract map for the subdivision of a previously approved 3-story, 6-unit multifamily development. The subject property is located near the intersection of Flores Street and Rosewood Avenue in the R3B zone, a medium-density multifamily residential zone. The lot is currently vacant. The 6-unit multifamily development was administratively approved on April 22, 2021, and currently undergoing building and safety plan check review. The item tonight is for the subdivision request only. Since the development was already approved, the development itself, including development standards and designs, are not before you this evening. It is staff assessment that the subdivision of this building will not be detrimental to the public welfare and will not impede implementation of the general plan, nor the purpose and intent of the provisions of the zoning ordinance. Therefore, staff recommends that the Commission approve the subdivision request, subject to the finding and conditions of approval set forth in the draft resolution. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions you may have, and the applicant, I believe, is in the audience too.
Thank you very much, Roger. Do we have any questions for staff? Commissioner Matos?
Thank you, Chair Jones. Good evening. Wanted to see, how long has this site sat vacant for?
I can look that up. We have a demolition permit on file, so let me just pull that up.
I can ask a follow-up question.
Yeah, sure.
So the follow-up question I had, and there's only two, would be, has the applicant indicated if they're going to lease or sell the condos with the subdivision request?
For that second question, I'll defer to the applicant to reply to that. But in terms of the the demolition permit, I'm sorry, that permit was issued back in October 16th, 2018. For the exact date of when the demolition started, that should be deferred to the applicant as well.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff about items contained in the staff report at this time? No? If not, then I will give the applicant an opportunity to, would this be an opportunity to present? I suppose it is a regular public hearing. If you'd like to say anything or to address any of the questions. After that, we'll do public comment, then you'd have an opportunity to rebut should you wish to. Yeah, you would just need to come up, please, to the podium and just state your name, city of residence, and your relationship to the project. Oh, sorry. Just want to make sure that you know, just please speak into that so everybody can hear you.
Good evening. My name is Farshid Pursartip. I'm the project manager for this project. To answer your question, the new owner bought this property in 2019. In that time, it came with a permit for a 10 units, 4-story building, and it wasn't financially feasible to build that building. So he decided to apply for new permit, and I believe since 2019 this property is vacant. And subdivision, I think at this point they're not 100% sure, but they want to have the option if they want to sell the units.
All right. Thank you very much. I'll give an opportunity if anybody wants to ask questions of the applicant once they come up for rebuttal, should they wish to. David, so we're going to move into public comment for this now. David, do we have any public speakers on this item in the auditorium or on Zoom?
Chair, I received no public comment speaker slips for this item in chambers. If there is anybody on the Zoom platform that would like to speak on this item, please star 9 for me if you're calling in. If you're on the Zoom platform, just simply raise your hand. And Chair, it looks like we are all clear.
Okay. Okay, so at this time, I'm going to keep the public hearing open. Do we have any questions for the applicant from commissioners at this time? No? Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. We move into deliberation. As a point of order, I need to make sure that we do disclosures at this time. I'm going to start from left to right. Anybody have any disclosures? No? All right, great, thank you. So, we have a motion on the floor. We have a second on the floor. We can call the question.
Thank you. Commissioner Carvalero moved it, seconded by Vice Chair Thomas. And the motion passes unanimously. We do have an appeal process for this item. The resolution the Planning Commission approved memorializes the Commission's final action on this matter. This action is subject to appeal to the City Council. Appeals must be submitted within 10 calendar days from this date to the City Clerk's office. Appeals must be in writing and accompanied by the required fees. The City Clerk's office can provide appeal forms and information about waiver of fees.
Great, thank you, David. So as I mentioned before, we are going to take a quick 5-minute break. This is an opportunity for you to stretch your legs, stay where you are. There are restrooms just in here. If you did park in the parking structure, there is a way to validate your ticket just right here. If you're exiting, it'll be just to your left. So we will reconvene here in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hollis, if you can come forward. Hollis, Brown.
Trustee.
All right, everyone, please take your seats. We're going to go ahead and call the meeting back to order. We're just on a break. Our next public hearing is item 10B. This is 1317 North Crescent Heights Boulevard. This is a public hearing to consider a request to demolish all existing structures and construct a new 5-story, 90-unit apartment building with 14 affordable units over a subterranean parking garage and adopting a categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15332 for the property located at the aforementioned address. And I will hand the mic over to our lovely staff.
Thank you, Chair Jones and Commissioners. I'm Adrian Gaia with the City's Current Plan Division. On the screen is an aerial overview of the subject property, which is located on the northwest corner of Crescent Heights Boulevard and Fountain Avenue. The property contains 4 buildings that house Temple Bethel, Neiman Hall, Sapper Hall, and a school. These buildings were constructed between 1952 through 1968. The facility was extensively remodeled in 2000. The parking for the facility is located in 2 locations, in the north lot of Neiman Hall and in the lot across the street, Crescent Heights Boulevard, east of the Temple. The development in this area consists mostly of high-density multifamily structures from 2 to 3 stories in height. The property was included in the city's Historic Resources Survey for commercial properties completed in 2016 by GPA Consulting and received a 6Z status code. GPA identified the site as a religious property, and the National Park Service Best Practices Guidance in evaluating properties for historic significance indicates that religious properties are only eligible if they have secular significance, such as architectural artistic distinction or historical importance. GPA concluded that the building lacked architectural distinction. Their research also indicated that Hollywood Temple Bethel was founded in the early 1920s, and services were originally held at their first purpose-built synagogue at 1508 North Wilton Place in Los Angeles. Because this other existing property has a more significant association with the congregation, and no other potential significant associations were identified, their expert analysis determined that the property was not eligible for designation at any level, local, state, or national. Staff also conducted research and found no evidence to contradict the findings. The proposal is a request to demolish the 4 buildings on the property in order to construct an approximately 120,000 square foot, 5-story, 90-unit rental apartment building with 14 units of affordable housing. A total of 125 single parking stalls are contained within a subterranean garage of 1.5 levels accessed from a 2-way driveway on the north side of the property. The project is also providing approximately 7 on-street parking spaces on the fountain side of the new building, where currently there is a no parking zone. On the Crescent Heights frontage of the site, 4 additional on-street parking spaces are provided. The sidewalk and parkway area will be widened to approximately 15 feet, with a parkway along the entire length of the property frontage, allowing for greater pedestrian safety. For corner parcels, the front setback is measured from the side of the property that has the shortest frontage. In this case, the front setback would be on Fountain Avenue, and the Crescent Heights Boulevard would be the street side yard. Staff determined an alternate primary frontage for the site would be more appropriate. For this project, the Crescent Heights Boulevard frontage is considered the primary frontage, as staff finds it aligns with the existing site conditions of the neighboring properties, and also having Crescent Heights Boulevard as the primary frontage allows for optimal ingress and egress from the site. The applicant is requesting a reduction in the required front setback. The Planning Commission may grant deviations from required setbacks where the Planning Commission finds that the combination of height and setbacks or similar standards for a code-compliant development triggers requirements for life safety access methods that would conflict with city plans or policies. The minimum front setback for this site is 16 feet. The fire department is requiring a maximum distance of 30 feet from the edge of the parking lane on Crescent Heights Boulevard to the facade wall of the proposed apartment building for fire apparatus access. This distance allows for a 6'2" front setback. This is a minimum extent necessary for the fire department to safely access the building without having to create a new fire lane or to avoid the conflict with city requirements. Because the project provides 14 affordable dwelling units, the project is utilizing a 35% density bonus and qualifies for up to 3 concessions. The applicant is requesting only 1 concession, an additional 7.5 feet of height, and 1 additional story to bring the allowed building height to 52 feet 6 inches and 5 stories. This project has been reviewed and is consistent with the city's affordable housing requirements, and the city's housing division supports the units as proposed. The affordable units will be assigned as part of the exclusionary unit agreement. The project complies with all the standards for the multifamily residential development and the applicable requirements from the zoning code. At this point, I'd like to ask Rick Abramson, the city architect, to speak about the project design.
Good evening, Chair and Commission. Rick Abramson, City Architect. This project reflects so many of the values of the city for new high-density housing. We really appreciated the applicant's openness during the process to hear comments at design review and staff comments along the way and make revisions that we feel are quite positive. At the urban design level, offering and pulling the building back along Fountain, creating parking that doesn't exist, acknowledging more loading and package delivery and other types of delivery needs. They've created not only a special room to accommodate that, but even within the on-site parking, they've also thoughtfully integrated that. They've looked at the corners and how this project might fit in, both across the street to the east, which is a project the Commission approved within the last year, but also looking at La Fontaine to the south, having a very carefully calibrated relationship between the level of the courtyard on that project and this project, really thinking beyond the property lines themselves in siting a new building. The project also integrates many different types of common space, which is not what we have been seeing lately. There are a variety of roof decks at different levels. There are, in addition to the main courtyard with the pool at ground level, interior rooms, a yoga studio, a little theater space, really thoughtfully integrated spaces for the residents who are living in a sort of larger density situation at all scales. So I think that's to be commended as well. And it's something that I think hopefully going forward more applicants will follow that lead. With respect to the parking, they've pulled back from the property lines, which again is not the norm. They've created a substantial native soil band along Crescent Heights, which now affords the opportunity to create many canopy trees and pollinator plantings, another very much appreciated move. I think overall the material palette is quite good. They are using plaster as a tertiary material, which we kind of discourage, but if it's going to be used in a tertiary way, that's fine. Although we would suggest that the plaster be an eco-lime plaster, so that might be something the applicant can address when they present the project. There's also been integration of solar panel arrays, which are addressing energy consumption and energy demand in a very positive way. The private open space is not just provided, but thoughtfully integrated for the most part through recessed decks, which provide an indoor-outdoor protected space and tend to be quite useful, more so than projecting balconies. So for everyday living, they also provide a lot of through ventilation, which helps to reduce the demand on energy as well. Other smaller gestures have been very thoughtful about recessed entries and operable windows to increase the ventilation, and even within the units themselves, this applicant team is providing some areas for home office pods, which again is something as a staff we're strongly encouraging, acknowledging that going forward more and more people are teleworking, and the old days of just, well, convert a bedroom, we have to think more strategically. So in this case, to actually allow some alcoves and other spaces that can be dedicated to working from home, I think is very thoughtful. So overall, from a design perspective, we feel that this project really embodies so many of the goals for the city going forward, and we really appreciate the sort of collaborative nature that the applicant took with this one and the subcommittee. Thanks.
Providing affordable housing is a key goal of the city, and the proposed project will provide 14 new affordable housing units within a new apartment building. Staff believes that the concession requested through the state density bonus law helps facilitate a viable project without creating significant impacts on the environment. The project's architectural and urban design elements will significantly enhance the streetscape and improve pedestrian activity along Crescent Heights Boulevard and Fountain Avenue. As designed, the project will become a new urban landmark that is a contextual and appropriately scaled solution for the site that will enhance the quality of life in this area of the city. The project as proposed and subject to the requested concession allowed under state density and local law complies with applicable objective general plan and zoning standards, and staff is recommending approval of the project. Thank you, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you. Do we have any questions for staff about items contained in the staff report? Commissioner Matos, please go ahead. Commissioner Copeland, you're next.
Thank you, Chair Jones. Good evening. I have a couple of questions. I noticed that in the staff report, the inclusionary units, which for everyone in the audience are the affordable units that are included in the project, there's 14 of them, didn't indicate the number of bedrooms that each very low income and moderate income inclusionary units would have. Do we have an idea of what we are looking for out of that?
I spoke to housing before the meeting, and they would require 9 one-bedrooms and 5 two-bedrooms.
So that's 9 one-bedrooms and 5 two-bedrooms?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a need or opportunity for this commission to consider memorializing that in the resolution?
We can add that to condition 3.1 if you wish.
Okay. Wonderful. And then my next question is, I'm looking at Exhibit C, specifically page A100, and I'm seeing there was an illustration that you had placed earlier where there was a setback of around 100 feet, or I'm sorry, 30 feet from the front of the project to the parking lane. Wondering if you could explain that 30 feet and what the purpose of that is?
So the fire department requires no more than 30 feet from the edge of the outside parking space to the front of the building. So in this case, that means that the required setback for the property would end up being 6'2". The determination of the front setback on normal projects is the average of the properties to the north of this. In this case, the average came out to 16 feet, so there's a conflict there. In this case, because of the fire department requirement, we have to land on the fire department requirement of 30 feet, which reduces the setback to 6'2".
Has the fire department weighed in on the ability to start the 30-foot setback from the curb rather than 8 feet from the curb?
In recent projects, they have taken that approach where they've measured it from the curb face.
Okay. And then if they were to measure it from the curb face, where would that put the front setback requirement with that 30 feet in mind?
That would add 8 feet to the 6'2" to bring it into 14'2".
Okay. My next question is, you had mentioned the average setback for the surrounding properties. What was the average setback?
16 feet.
Okay. And is there an opportunity for us to consider and do outreach to the fire department in advance of plan check to examine utilization of the 30-foot setback from the parking lane versus the curb?
For sure. We can do that.
Okay. And that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Copeland, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. As far as design, what about the western side of the property bordering Havenhurst? Or what measures are in place in the design to lessen any quality of life impacts on those neighbors in the smaller buildings on Havenhurst that the rooftop decks and so forth would be looking down on?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. The west side is the least resolved. I would agree with that. I think what the discussions we had had with the applicant was encouraging using landscaping, especially some tree canopies, to help buffer that relationship to the westerly properties, because that is where the tallest building component would be, in that northwest corner, and that there is perhaps some opportunities to integrate some plantings that would help with that.
So there's nothing set right now as far as that border for that purpose?
I think we can let the applicant maybe address that and maybe other things they might consider.
Okay. The other questions I have are just a couple of questions to clarify about the historic resource assessments done in 2016. Were these done on these buildings individually? And most specifically, was a cultural resource assessment for the synagogue done? Or was this strictly a commercial survey done for the site as a whole, collectively?
So in this case, we're relying on the survey that was done in 2016 for non-residential buildings. The conclusions that were reached in that survey are considered substantial evidence to support the conclusion that we made. The historic resource assessment requirement has been in place for buildings that were evaluated in a survey that is older than what we would typically rely on. So for a lot of our multifamily buildings that were analyzed by a survey in 2008, or that were never assessed via survey or do not have a status code associated with them, then we would require the individual HRA or historic resource assessment for those buildings. So that we have that information. But anything that has a survey that is still in good standing, like the 2016 commercial survey, we would go ahead and rely on that information.
Okay, so we don't know specifically if that synagogue was, as far as a cultural resource designation, specifically reviewed on its own for that?
Yes, it was evaluated as part of that survey and given a status code of 6Z, which means that it is not eligible at any level.
Okay, so that wasn't just for the whole site, that was for, that one individually was also?
It was for the site, but as part of the site, they look at each of the buildings on the site. So
Okay.
yes, it was.
And the documentation, is that available for public and commission review, including the Parks and Rec forms that state each is ineligible for designation as a state or local cultural resource, and why?
Yeah, all of the information for all of our historic preservation surveys and information is available at WehoPreservation.org.
So that information should be available there?
It should be there. Mhm.
But it's just not in our packet specifically. Okay. I think that's the only questions I have right now, but could be some later. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Gregoire, I saw your hand go up. Please go ahead.
I noticed the pool is in the front of the building. I was just curious about that. That's not common to see that. Is there anything in our code that speaks to that? Is there any requirement for privacy or?
There is no requirement for privacy in our code.
Okay. I'm correct that I did note there's no guest parking provided for the building. Am Am I correct that under state law, we're not allowed to require guest parking?
Correct.
Were there discussions with the applicant about any concerns about the lack of guest parking? I also noted in the staff report that it's a permit parking zone, and the residents of this building won't have access to that permit parking zone. I was wondering if there had been any discussions about troubles that the residents will have with guest parking.
The condition placed on the project allows them to, tenants of the building, to apply for visitor passes, but not for parking permits that allow them to park for extended period of time on the streets. That's a condition we've placed on newer developments to try to alleviate the burden of the streets that are already impacted by parking for the existing buildings that are there now.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gregoire. Commissioner Lombardi.
Thank you, Chair.
Go ahead.
My questions have actually already been asked, but maybe just to get some clarification on one of them. With regards to the fire lane and that 30-foot setback, is there precedent that that 30-foot dimension has been carried from the curb on other projects? And by chance, do we?
Martel and Detroit have
Okay.
taken advantage of that.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm having some issues with my microphone. Vice Chair Thomas, did you have a question? Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. My question around historic preservation has been answered. For the public, could you please speak a little bit about the Housing Accountability Act, what it means for projects in the city, and under what conditions a project can be denied?
Chair Thomas, so a Housing Accountability Act project means the city's made a finding as part of the recommendation that the project complies with all objective development, design, and subdivision standards in the city's code. And as a result, that means that a body hearing a Housing Accountability Act project would be limited to denying that housing project only if they made findings based on substantial evidence that there was a specific adverse impact that's citable in terms of being able to be located and cited within local or state authority, that there would be a specific adverse impact on the public health and safety.
And this is an HAA project.
Correct. It qualifies as an HAA project as residential units only. And based on staff's determination, it is consistent with the objective applicable standards within the city's code.
Thank you.
Questions for staff? No, any other questions for staff at this time? Okay. So before we call the applicant up to give their presentation, I just want to ask for any disclosures at this time. Do I have any disclosures? Do we have any disclosures?
Yes.
Commissioner Copeland, please go ahead.
I did speak with residents about matters contained in the staff report, and I did visit the site on a few occasions. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Jones, I also spoke with members of the public, residents of the city, about this matters contained in the staff report, and I also did a site visit.
Great.
Same. Same here.
Same. I also live like a block and a half away from the site, so I'm literally drive by it every day. Okay. All right, well, with that, we will go ahead and call the applicant up to give their presentation. They will have 10 minutes to speak. We will then do public comment. We will then have the applicant able to rebut, and then we will move into deliberation. Hi.
Good evening, Chair Jones, Vice Chair Thomas, and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to present this new building for the City of West Hollywood. My name is Patrick Ty. My firm is Ty Architecture, and it's a pleasure to be here tonight and a privilege to work on this job. We've been working on this building for many years. Kervin is with me. 7 years to be exact. So it's wonderful to be here tonight at this point. The project has gone through many iterations, and we are proud to present the latest one to you. I want to thank planning, especially Adrian Gallo, the city architect, Rick Abramson, for their input. Also, the design review subcommittee has provided us great feedback that we've incorporated into the design, and thanks to the neighborhood groups that have voiced their thoughts along the way. 1317 Crescent Heights is a new multifamily building to be built on this prominent corner. As stated in the staff report, it's 90 new homes for the community, 15 of which are allocated as affordable, for a total of 14 affordable units. 7 are very low, and 7 are designated as moderate. There'll be 125 parking spaces. The building is designed to fit within the context of its surroundings. The scale and the character of the building are reflective of the neighborhood. The building is pulled away from the street at the corner, providing generous outdoor spaces that are both public and private. The landscape areas extend from the corner 200 feet in one direction along Crescent Heights and 100 feet in the other direction along Fountain. The proposed landscape corner responds to the corner conditions of the adjacent properties. The La Fontaine building is similarly pulled back from its corner, as is the new proposed project on 1300 Crescent Heights across the street. So all 3 sites with their open corner conditions combine to create a larger urban landscape gesture at this prominent intersection. So it was important to us that the landscape play a very important role in this project, and we really wanted to feature landscape in a genuine way, not just as a token. This diagram shows the relationship of the La Fontaine building. It was important to us to make a strong connection. It's a beautiful building. So we did so by elevating the amenity portion, the pavilion of our own project. So the outdoor spaces of the 2 projects align and speak to each other. From the outdoor space of La Fontaine, you can see over and through the site at Crescent Heights across the way. We also employed a landscape strategy called the Ha-Ha. That's where we raised the terrace of the courtyard above the street. The fence is located at the lower level at the sidewalk and integrated heavily with the landscape. So there's a physical barrier for security, but the visual connection is also maintained. The public and the private realms are separated, but at the same time, they're very much connected. These drawings talk about the native soil. The subterranean, as Rick mentioned, the subterranean levels are pulled away from the street, allowing for the opportunity for the plants and trees to be planted in the native soil. Ultimately, the landscape can achieve mature growth that will add to the idea of a fully integrated landscape design. This outdoor amenity contributes to the city's larger goals regarding native soil enrichment and providing an urban habitat for wildlife propagation. The landscape architecture firm of Studio Gray Green, with whom we are working, is an expert on these types of environments. A series of diagrams that talk about the massing. This shows the maximum allowable massing after the setback. So this is what could be built on the site. We propose an L-shaped configuration, pushing the building back away from the street, creating a huge courtyard. A cut is also provided to further break the volumes to allow for fire access. The circulation through the buildings is open air and open at all ends. The building has 2 front elevations, one at the highest part of the site at Crescent Heights and one at the lowest portion at Fountain. The building is terraced from one end of the slope site to the other. The building is a composition of voids within the overall massing that are defined by the private outdoor spaces that are required of each unit. So this is a render that shows the building at Crescent Heights. As I mentioned, the courtyard sits high above the street and serves as a buffer between the building and the street. Generous landscape is integrated into the design, providing more than the required outdoor open space. We're required to have 2,000 square feet of open space, and we have almost 20,000. The main entrance of the building is accessed through the courtyard. This render shows the building at the corner. As I mentioned, the building is pushed away from the intersection. This transparent volume floats above the landscape at the corner of the lot. This pavilion houses the shared amenities for the residents. So inside there's common spaces, gym, meeting rooms, etc. This is an up-close render of the same corner, and I just want to emphasize the integration of the landscape. The building's just enveloped with landscape. And it was also important that we consider the underside of this pavilion, because as you can see, it almost becomes like a fifth elevation. So we propose a kind of an art piece. We call it the ripple effect. It's just an idea at this point, but the idea that this image of the reflection of water is emblazoned on the other side of the underside surface of the pavilion. We also wanted to design the lighting in a way to reinforce that. So as you can see from the diagram, the columns are lit from below and the columns are inset into the volume, and there's an opportunity for lighting at the top and the bottom. This aerial render shows that same piece, the elevated bar. The bar gives an identity to the building, and as I mentioned, contains the amenities for the residents. So from that, there's easy access down to the courtyard and up to the rooftop gardens. The pavilion is wrapped with an exterior screening device. So this is just a program diagram that shows 2 levels of parking, 125 parking spaces below, 90 units of stacked and terraced apartments, and then multiple outdoor roof decks are provided. Parking levels, 125 parking spaces. The vehicular entry is located off of Crescent Heights, far away from the busy intersection. And then the entry to the building at this level is located off a fountain. We work closely with the city in Athens to locate the trash room, the compactor, the adjacent loading area, all having direct access to the street. That was important to the city. The ground level plan shows the building wrapping around the courtyard. The main entry to the building is within the courtyard. There's lots of amenities for the residents also located at the ground level along the courtyard. And then outdoor amenities that include swimmers pool and spa. And yes, they are located at the front of the building, but as I mentioned, the way it's designed, it's completely private and away from view from the public. The second level shows a variety of 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom units. The circulation, as I mentioned, is open air, allowing for natural light and ventilation. The 3rd and 4th floor levels show multiple outdoor terraces again. And then at the 5th, the mezzanine level, are multiple townhomes and more outdoor spaces. Durable and sustainable materials are used throughout. Cast-in-place concrete is located at the ground level, integrated with the landscape. The facade consists of various metal panels. As Rick mentioned, we do have smooth plaster and exposed CMU, but they're only used in tertiary areas, so they're not a primary building material. This is the east elevation. The fenestration of the building is a pattern of voids within the overall massing, and the voids are a direct result of the private outdoor space requirements of each of the units. The elevated pavilion at the corner is a glass volume wrapped with an exterior screen and stands in contrast to the white volume. The west elevation is a simple terraced massing of solids and voids, and we do have ideas for planting this edge to create a barrier between the two properties. The north elevation shows recessed outdoor spaces rendered in color to offset the white building, and in all the elevations, the white rib metal panel provides texture and pattern. South elevation of fountain shows a variety of different window types with surrounding fins, and then again the transparency of the elevated pavilion stands in contrast to the white volume. Go through the landscape quickly. The landscape palette consists of a series of environmentally friendly, drought-tolerant plants and trees. An urban habitat fosters a natural setting for both flora and fauna, along with paving patterns, planters, barbecue areas, outdoor furniture. That completes the courtyard. And then again, new street trees will be provided in the parkways to add to the existing. Landscape at the upper levels comes in the form of multiple outdoor terraces. And then at the rooftop, more outdoor terraces. This is a render that shows the rooftop terrace from the 5th level with views opening up to La Fontaine across the way in the city.
And Patrick, your time has expired.
Okay. Could I just finish my last slide? 2 seconds? Is that okay?
2 seconds.
Okay, last one. So 1317 Crescent Heights, when complete, will provide 90 new homes for the community. With the abundance of landscape and with the generous amounts of open space, we feel will provide nice relief at this busy intersection. We've enjoyed working with everyone on this project, and we really look forward to continuing to make this a truly successful project, and we welcome your comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, let's hold questions for the applicant until after the rebuttal. Thanks very much. We're going to move into public comment now. David, can you let me know how many public speakers we have?
Chair, this time I'm showing a total around 13 in chambers, and we have a couple on Zoom.
Okay.
So 15 total.
Okay, great.
Oh.
I think we might want to select another time for the update.
Is that me?
Those pesky notifications always show up at the absolute worst times. Okay. We have a lot of people here who want to speak tonight, both people you can see here in the auditorium and people that you can't. And I do want to make sure that everyone gets a chance to speak, whether it's on this item or the next. Because I gave the applicant a little bit more time, I'm inclined to give everybody on the phone or who's in chambers right now the full 3 minutes. If you can, we're going to start with Zoom or in auditorium, David? Probably start with in person, right?
Yeah, I was going to start in person, but this is actually on our Granica screen, so, but I'm not showing it. So we can take the Zoom calls first.
Okay.
And then we're going to chambers.
Okay. For anybody who's on the phone, please state your name and city of residence, and again, you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, our first speaker will be Lynn Hoppengarner. You have 3 minutes.
Hi. Good evening, Commission. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I just would like to compliment this our developer and architect on a truly lovely project that incorporates so many of the goals of our city. Much like the architect's project across the street, this architect has worked really well with our urban design studio to accomplish a project that incorporates such lovely features as our courtyards that we're famous for in West Hollywood. But more importantly, related to that, it incorporates natural venting, native soils, recessed entries, operable windows, so many key elements. It actually has a full complement of parking plus some, and loading zones. How many projects have come before this commission where there are no loading zones, there are no ride-share drop-off zones? This is so well thought out. I have a couple of questions that were already brought up about the 30-foot setback from the fire department. I think it's unfortunate that we're being inconsistent in our application of that 30-foot setback, whether it's from the curb or not. And it would be, to me, important that the commission look at being consistent compared to projects already previously approved. And my only concern is that so much of this lovely project with all of that open space is landscaped, but the landscape plans, unfortunately, are extremely unresolved. They don't call out specific plants, they call out entire genus of plants, such as a eucalyptus tree, which incorporates, I don't know, 135 different species at least. And so it would be my recommendation that this commission incorporate a resolution that says that the landscape designs on this, because they are so detailed and so large, be brought back to a design review approval prior to final permitting. and thus making it a public process, as there's so much here that really needs to be well defined, and what's presented to you is unfortunately not. I'm not clear as to why we aren't getting stamped landscape plans in your packages, given that it's part of the application requirements. And I would agree about the inclusion of the proper number of bedrooms in terms of their size that are inclusionary, be in the resolutions, and in fact, that should be an ongoing item in all of the resolutions. But this just shows the quality of projects that we can achieve in this city. And I know how much everybody has struggled with some recent projects that have tried to put, 20 pounds of potatoes in a 5-pound sack. This does not. It is so much better than that. Thank you.
All right, our next speaker will be Lynn Russell. Please state your name and city of residence, and then *6 to unmute.
Good evening again. This is Lynn Russell, West Hollywood. I wanted to review what actually was the request for continuance of this item. There appears to be inaccuracies about the survey and the specifics about Temple Bethel, situated at the 1305 parcel on the property. Although the property was reviewed in the commercial survey, it surprisingly received a 6D status code, which just does not seem realistic. And beyond the survey, the property of this stature architecturally and as a religious facility, I couldn't disagree more with the conclusions that they came up with. It rightfully deserves an individual cultural assessment, which theoretically makes it clear to the public at large and specifically the surrounding area. This was not properly executed. It's hard for me to advocate for historic preservation and divide sentiments between that and the project design, but this is the way it's going. Perhaps the request should rightfully give a transparent review of the property and make it available to the public. It should therefore have come before the Historic Preservation Commission first. Inconsistent policy only serves to bring more questions as to the accuracy and validity of the process itself, presumably put in place for clarity and understanding by the public. Rightful protection of our heritage is an important aspect for every evolving community, but the process should be thoughtful, accurate, and not lacking in integrity. I do hope you will tonight question the manner in which this landmark presumes to be erased through potentially faulty assessment. And you also have the opportunity to continue these proceedings until such documents actually are presented and be crystal clear about the points. Lastly, I would suggest that the commissioners might be interested in reading Jane Jacobs' fine book called The Life and Death of Great American Cities. While West Hollywood is certainly not one of the great cities, it actually could be a respectful component of the mosaic that is Los Angeles. And lastly, my comment, echoing part of Lynn Huppengarner's comments regarding the landscape. I too, before I was conflicted over the historic preservation, had many thoughts about the landscape and the need and the erasure of the trees that are there. But I really would question, as a follow-up from conversations I've had with Rick Abramson at the regarding the fire department's rules and regulations about these trees that are spoken of in this yet unresolved plan that Lynn Huppengarner questioned. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is ending in the phone number of 2907, followed by the next speaker ending in 9751. Please state your name and city of residence.
Yes, good evening. My name is Richard Burns, City of El Monte. I'm with the Southwest Carpenters. Would like to let you put down for the record, the city should require the project to be built with contractors that will hire locally, pay prevailing wages, and utilize an apprentices from state-certified apprentice training program. A workforce requirement reduces construction-related environmental impacts while benefiting the local economy and workforce development. The South Coast Air Quality Management District recently found that local hire can result in an air pollution reduction. And to finish, recently the state of California made its commitment towards encouraging workforce development and housing affordability through the Affordable Housing and High Road Jobs Act of 2022, otherwise known as Assembly Bill number 2011, which requires projects pay workers a prevailing wage and hire from state-certified apprenticeship programs for projects meeting certain sites, affordability, and development standards. Thank you very much for your time. That concludes my comments.
Yes, the speaker for ending in 9751, please state your name and city of residence and *6 to unmute yourself.
Thank you so much. This is Jamie Francis Wendell of 1435 Havenhurst Drive, the street adjacent to Crescent. I'd like to make a point that us residents on Havenhurst Drive, we are the recipients of a lot of through traffic, a lot of air pollution, because we're dealing with multiple developments that are part of the Sunset Specific Plan and the commercial corridor, but also Crescent Heights. And people, knowing that there's going to be construction, will deter and come up and down our streets. Our streets are basically being impacted every day with drivers who are inconsiderate and people who are impatient. I agree we need a building that is considerate of the needs of this city, especially affordable housing. This city is really subpar when it should have implemented an affordable housing program. And with the previous speaker, now we have to follow the guidelines of the state and the county that say that West Hollywood, depending on the population and the workforce housing needed, the low-income housing needed. I have to say that I'm residing in an affordable housing building, one of the very few in this area. But I am adamant about the pollution and the South Coast air quality that, just to assess what the environmental impact will be in regards to our neighborhoods. If you see the adjoining buildings, we're all apartment complexes practically, with the exception of those converted to condominiums or new builds. But we are older buildings, primarily, that would be impacted with this magnitude and scope of this building. And you have to keep that in mind and consideration. I live closer to Sunset, and we're dealing with the 8150 project that's in the stalemate now, and also the new hotel that's now going to be called the Harper. And now this on Crescent Heights. Our street will be severely impacted. Us residents, our quality of life will be severely impacted. And we want mitigating measures in place to make sure that we have a good quality of life and that we're not the ones getting the anger and frustration of commuters, along with other residents and stakeholders and people like tourists and people who go about their daily business in both the LA area and West Hollywood. It's imperative that you, the commission, take these measures and put them in place so we're not the ones that end up paying the consequence for a huge scope building that we do need, but it is it's appropriate for Crescent Heights. However, Havenhurst, it is not, because, thank you for your time, because we're in the residential zone. Thanks so much.
Okay, that's our last public speaker on Zoom. We're transferred to chambers. We can go ahead and take public speaking. On the screen, it's a technical issue, but it's not affecting my screen. That's for the timer and that. So we can move forward or take
As long as the city attorney doesn't have any issues with us continuing, I just. As long as the broadcast is still going. Can you tell what is seen on the broadcast?
I believe so. Let me double check though.
Thank you.
No, that's the thing. That it's not showing up on my screen. Yeah. Yes, it is still a live broadcast. Our first public speaker will be Norbert Weinberg, followed by Barbara Drotov. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and city of residence.
Dear members of the commission, I am Rabbi Norbert Weinberg. I am rabbi at Hollywood Temple Beth El, officially resident of Los Angeles, but working for the people of the community of West Hollywood. Hollywood Temple Beth El, as a congregation, is just now marking its 100th year. We have a 100th year, and we have a 100-year-old birthday boy here also, one of our dearest members who's also here this evening as well. I'm going to try to keep this pretty concise. You know that song, they took Paradise and made it a parking lot? That's just about the corner that's up on top of Sunset, just a block above us. This plan is not a parking lot. I don't want to knock the architects. It's very nice. But you get the point about the historicity. And the first caller that had spoken, Ms. Russell, talked about the historic zone and questioned it. I wish they would have called me in 2016. I inquired with the city sometime after that and was told that it had not been considered for historic preservation. My neighborhood, where I have a house up near Sunset, got into historic preservation, and the Beth El building has many more elements than our street does, but that's how it goes. It is an Art Deco style front. It was used by architectural tour organizations to demonstrate Art Deco. The building is later than Art Deco, but gives it a classic style. It has Chagall-inspired windows, very similar to the ones in Jerusalem that Marc Chagall did. And there are other very important elements that attest to the historicity. The synagogue itself founded by the great fathers of the film industry here. That's referenced in 1922, where the first official synagogue is in. In fact, I wrote up a history, I gave it to the clerk, and I emailed on the comment form so the commissioners can see the history. It's about a 50-page book that I put together. It's going back Warner Brothers and Lemley and so on, all these people, and then going down to the latest, when I was still rabbi actively in the 90s, which was the Screen Director Guild's executive secretary, Joe Youngerman, who was responsible for getting a beautiful copper building up on Sunset. So it's a continuous history with Hollywood and with the film industry, and then also as a home for refugees. First refugees, those were the refugees from the east coast of New York, but then later on Holocaust survivors who I have here also, then survivors from the refugees from the former Soviet Union, the Iranians, Jewish refugees who also came to us as the Shah fell, and officiated weddings and sadly also funerals for them. And on down till today, a very mixed audience we serve, people from great variety of backgrounds. We want to be able to have something preserved. I don't want to dictate at this point. It's a long issue. We did not have time to really prepare for this. We only heard about it just about 2 weeks ago. And what we're really asking is for the committee then to, the commission to go and say, let's postpone the...
I'm sorry, you're past time.
Past
I
time.
know there's not a timer up
Just
for you to look at, I'm
postpone,
sorry.
Give us time. That's what we're asking for, to the point. All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Norbert. Barbara Drotrov, followed by Rachel Aflalo. Apologies for the mispronunciations. Please state your name and city of residence.
My name is Barbara Droto. I'm a surviving child of the Holocaust. I have been a member of Hollywood Temple Bethel since 1960. Please, this is the only place, I'm 90 years old. I walk to the temple every Saturday or whenever they have something special. Please, please don't let demolish it. And we have a lot of people, a few that are Holocaust survivors, and that's the only place we can walk. I walk every Saturday or whenever there is a holiday. Please make sure that you won't demolish it. I won't have to go where to go. Please. Please make sure that you don't demolish the synagogue and build a apartment, this. I'm so upset that I walk to the temple, but I am so upset that they applied to demolish a synagogue where we have quite a few people that are coming to the synagogue. Please don't let this happen. I'm very upset. Please make sure that you don't demolish our wonderful synagogue, because there are people that won't have where to go on the Sabbath and on the holidays. And a lot of people, not too many, Holocaust survivors that we come to the temple. Please make sure that you don't let destroy. It's a beautiful building and people can come in. If they don't have money to pay for the membership, they can come, and please make sure that you don't demolish the synagogue.
Thank you, Barbara. Our next speaker will be Rachel. Rachel will be followed by Isaac Dakar. Please state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Rachel Aflalo for the city of West Hollywood. I've attended Hollywood Temple Bethel for many years. This is where I got married a long time ago. It's such a unbelievable historical structure. It's the synagogue where the founders of the old Hollywood started, like Warner Brothers, Max Factor, Edward G. Robinson, and many other film stars. This is where it all started. There's so much significance to this beautiful temple. I'm asking if some of you that haven't seen the inside of this temple, to just pay a visit before you make any decisions. The stained glass windows are unbelievable. And it's such a crime to destroy such a building. West Hollywood will be losing a very precious temple. And we're asking for maybe an extension to give us more time to prepare, because we didn't really know about this. This is going to happen. There was a sign on the side of the building which nobody could even see. And we didn't know about it until about 3 weeks ago. So if we can have maybe more time to look at some of the paperwork and decide among ourselves what position we can hold on to. So I guess that's about it. And if you can reconsider to relook into this, because it would be a real terrible mistake to demolish this building. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Our next speaker will be Isaac Nekar, followed by David Peak. Isaac, state your name and city of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Isaac Nikfar. I'm 14 years old. I've been a part of Hollywood Temple Bethel for 10 years. For the past year, I've been going to the temple every Saturday, working with broadcasting audio. Being there working, I've learned different responsibilities. Before, I was waking up late, just not doing very well, and then later on, when I was with the temple, I was starting to learn more responsibilities, waking up on time and learning how to work. And yeah, and I have a brother that couldn't make it today. He was also he's also working with the temple, and our father was a part of the temple as well. And when he passed away, they welcomed us a lot, and I feel like if the temple was shut down, it would just be very different for my life would be very different, and I think it would change my life a lot. That's it.
Thank you, Isaac. Our next speaker will be David Peak. David will be followed by Steve Bruscino. David, please state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
My name's David Peak. I live in West Hollywood. I don't have any objections to more housing. We need more housing. Looks like this project's very thoughtful. I was a little surprised when I heard that they were going to be demolishing the synagogue. They've been good neighbors. I live on Havenhurst. I've lived there for 23 years, and my building backs up to the synagogue. It's a nice, quiet neighborhood. And I just sort of want to give a voice to that if this project were to move forward, that people are impacted. I mean, when I say my building backs up to the property, I'm in the back of my building. It's 10.5 feet from my back windows to this building. So when the demolition or construction goes on for however long it may go on, I have concerns about mitigation efforts for noise, dust. I work from home. I'll have to find something else to do. I mean, to work someplace else, not find another job or anything like that. It's an old building, there's no air conditioning, so my windows, I keep them open. Obviously, I won't be able to do that. During the period of the demolition and building, like I said, noise. My building doesn't have any on-site parking, so for 23 years, I've had to park on the street, fight for parking. I know they say they're going to add parking on Crescent Heights. Of course, without guest parking for the residents, those will probably primarily be taken up by guest passes for their visitors. Also have concerns during the however long it takes for this project, what will happen to that parking. Because I say that because very often I have to park on Harper or Crescent Heights because there's no parking on Havenhurst. So those are just a few things. So I just have concerns about how serious the mitigation efforts. Somebody earlier alluded to a project. It's another jurisdiction, I understand, townscape up at the top of the hill. But the residents on Havenhurst that live up there, was a nightmare for them. Dust, damage to their buildings, noise. And so those are some concerns, and I just wanted to put a voice to that, to people who live adjacent to the property. But again, I don't want to equate my inconvenience to what it would be to this congregation losing their synagogue. They're not equal, so I don't want to try and say that my inconvenience is as grave as theirs, but there just are other things. Yes, there'll be traffic problems and things like that once it's completed. Again, I think the project was thoughtful. Like I do have concern about the height, because on that west thing, I'm right up against that. I get very little sunlight as it is. I probably won't get any sunlight. So anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Steve. I'm sorry, thank you. Steve Brucino is our next speaker. We'll take Judith Alcalay first, and then Joseph. Joseph will be after Judith.
Good evening. I know Hollywood Temple Bethel very well. My grandparents were members at the old location, and I began Hebrew school there at 8 years of age in 1963. It has always been an asset to the community, and we had very little notice of its demolition, and we were shocked. So one of the main things we'd like is the 90-day extension to have more time to discuss the matter among ourselves and see what our options are. And beyond what the wonderful speakers before me have already said, that is all I really have to say. I hope you'll honor our request, and I thank you very much.
Thank you, Judith. Our next speaker will be Joseph. Yeah. Joseph, please give us your name and city of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes. Right over, right there.
This one?
Yes, right there, yes.
My name is Joseph Alexander, and I'm a member, resident of Los Angeles. I belong to the synagogue. The synagogue to me is more like, almost like home. I'm a member there for 58 years. My kids went to Hebrew school there. My daughter was bat mitzvah there. My son was bat mitzvah there. And this synagogue, it's a beautiful building, and I can't see that to demolish something like this, it's unbelievable. So what we need to do is try to save whatever we can and not let the building destroy that building. That building is the same age, the synagogue is the same age as my age. In 3 days, I'm going to be 100. So, what I'm trying to say is let's try to save that building and don't let it demolish. Okay, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Joseph. You want to add? Our next speaker will be Steve Brucino, followed by Ludmila Pradina. Sorry about that. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, Steve Brusino, West Hollywood. I'm actually probably the newest member of the congregation here, and I found them at a point in my life where I was mourning a death of somebody, and I was just walking around the street and saw a door open, and I kind of walked in, and they welcomed me in. I was not raised Jewish. I was raised as a Methodist, but I was mourning the death of my mother, and this place just welcomed me with open arms. I can't explain it. I was scared. I was asking for forgiveness for everything I did wrong, and they kept on let me come back. These people are like, they're special. Like Joe is up here, Barbara, they're history. You know, I hear about Los Angeles and West Hollywood, they care about community. Community is people. It's not buildings. It's not courtyards. I would like to see the young lady over there's assessment about the synagogue itself. She said they did a windshield appraisal. I would like to see it in writing. But if we're just throwing out people out of buildings who just want to worship God, who are we, you know? It's sad. It's sad that a 5-story building is worth more than our Gabai, who went through 12 camps, or Barbara, who never saw her mother, doesn't remember her because she had to run from Hitler. So, you know, and those people welcome me off the street. I'm nobody. But, you know, I hear what the people who are applying for this say, that this is going to help community, you know, emergency funds and all that. But synagogue has helped kids. They've raised Jewish kids year after year. How could you do better than that? Than 90 apartment buildings? Barbara was the head of the school. That's why she was emotional up here. She couldn't even speak because she helped kids. She raised kids from little things. She ran she used to bring the kids here to the library to sing, you know? And I'm arguing for them, but I'm also arguing for you guys. How can you look God in the eyes when you tear down a synagogue? You can say it's for community or for modernity or whatever you want to say. It's wrong. And no matter what you say, no matter what statue you put in front of God, He's not going to care. Just do the right thing, please. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ludmila, followed by Philip Mora. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Ludmila Pravdina. I'm a refugee from Ukraine. 33 years ago, I came to this city. I fell in love with this city, but city changed, and people changed. And I cannot imagine why is a less value temple for Jewish people like I am than another 5-story building, first of all. Second, I am a chair of West Hollywood College Prep School. Everybody mentioned temple, but no one mentioned school with 60 kids, 15 teachers, and parents. This school was founded more than 20 years ago. And we love this school. And this school teach good things. So I cannot imagine that your planning commission will not take this into consideration. That we are in school and Ukrainian refugee from today coming to this school on very low or no money to pay for education and care. So I cannot imagine you will not take this into consideration because it's overdevelopment right now all over the city. I am living in Fountain Avenue, been through all these construction things. We are impacted with parking problems all over the city, and besides all other problems. So once again, I'm here to represent 60 kids. If you demolish this school, 60 kids will not have home, and 15 teachers will not have a job. So please think about this one more time, and give us time too. We just found out this. We didn't know this, that it's gonna happen. And we did not get any help from City of West Hollywood. All these years we tried to, because we're living on donations. We're a non-profit school, but we never ask you for anything. We ask you right now, if you decide to go forward and demolish this, so please provide us some kind of help in terms of reallocation or something else. We want to be here in West Hollywood. We are West Hollywood. We need schools here. We need kids go to school here, not reallocated to the valley. We have family here to raise. Not only single people, but families. So please, thank you.
Thank you, Levita. Our next speaker will be Philip Moore, followed by Alan Nazarian. Alan, state your name and city of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name's Philip Mora. I've lived in West Hollywood, around the corner from the synagogue for 42 years. All my kids went there. I'm a film director. I've made a lot of movies about racism and fascism. I've got 5 films at Yad Vashem that are archived there. They're significant films. I can't believe this. I can't believe I'm standing here defending a synagogue in 2020. Has anyone read any, 2020, whatever it is, in 2022? Has anyone read any books? Has anyone ever heard of Kristallnacht, where they burned down synagogues, and you know what started then? They killed people. It's a terrible thing. I'm emotional. I'm sorry about that, but I come from a long line of anti-fascists and resistance fighters against Hitler, including my godfather Marcel Marceau and my own father. My mother had a state funeral in Australia 2 years ago for a Jewish woman, which was unbelievable. Australia's a very racist society, and for them to give her a state funeral as an artist, that was unbelievable. Anyway, you can see why I've got all these emotions. I think the pool in front of the building is going to be filled with the tears of Jews if you don't stop this. It's going to be filled with the tears of Jews. This is absolutely intolerable in West Hollywood that we should consider tearing down a synagogue. There's history. There's history. And the developers, one of them, as I walked in, called me a rabble-rouser. I don't even know who he is. I'm not a rabble-rouser. I'm a neighbor. I sent my kids to the synagogue. So forgive my emotion. It's an emotional issue. I think there's going to be, as you could tell from some of the earlier people who spoke to you, this is an explosive issue, because racists and anti-Semites across America are going to celebrate when they see Jews destroying a synagogue and Jews fighting Jews. This should not be happening. This absolutely should not be happening. I implore you, study history, study the past, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Philip. Our next speaker is Alan. Alan will be followed by Joseph. Joseph's already spoken. Will be followed by Doug Workman. Go ahead, Alan.
Thank you, Commission, for allowing me to speak. I'm a resident of Beverly Hills. I was a resident of West Hollywood for many years. I'm very familiar with this building. It's composed of Neiman Hall, Sapper Hall, and the Iranian American Jewish Center, which purchased this building from Temple Beth El many years ago because they lost their members. They lost 95%, maybe more of their members. And they sold it to my congregation that I belong to. I go there every Yom Kippur, every Rosh Hashanah. Every year, our membership has been dwindling. We used to have 1,000 people there. We are people of immigrants. I'm a first-generation immigrant. My parents, they escaped the Iranian Revolution. The Islamic regime was hunting them down. Most of the people in LA and West Hollywood and Beverly Hills, or even in New York and Florida, they escaped the revolution and they found a home here and they were welcomed here. And we welcomed Temple Beth El. We allowed them to stay for an extra 20 years in Neiman Hall, which is a banquet hall that we use at nights and during the days for bar mitzvahs and brisses. And their lease has expired many years ago. They're on a month-to-month. We share Torahs with them. We get along with them. They're great people. But I'm very sad to see the building go, but I support what they're doing. I know that it's going to generate a lot of revenue for a good cause. It's a nonprofit. I'm not being paid to be here. I will not benefit from this construction. Maybe we can find a solution for the windows that are there. They're very beautiful, and the menorahs that are there, they can maybe remove them and donate them to the Museum of Tolerance. You know, the rabbi that spoke, you know, I respect everyone here, but he's only been a rabbi for 2 years. And I've been there for 15 years. I've never seen any of these people. We compose of the main hall. They're in the banquet hall. It is not the synagogue. The synagogue is on the corner. It's about 1,500 seat synagogue. And now there's only maybe, on last Yom Kippur, we had 100 people there. It was really sad that we can't, every year our membership gets less and less. And I look forward to seeing this project come to fruition, and for the emergency fund that it will fund the poor, the people out of jobs, the people who lose their homes and their jobs. That's where the money's going. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. And our last and final speaker will be Doug Workman. Doug, you have 3 minutes. State your first and last name and city of residence, please.
Thank you. My name is Doug Workman. I'm a resident of LA. I've been a member of Hollywood Temple Beth El for 10 years, and there is no other place for me to worship. I spend all day Saturday, almost all day Saturday, at the temple. It's where I spend my time. I work very hard during the week, and I work very hard on Sundays, but Saturdays, I'm there to worship. But I'm also there to hear civil rights speakers. I've heard Ukrainian speakers. We've had events. We welcome everybody across the board. We're really, really inclusive. And it's just great to hear these people. And I assumed the building was an historic landmark. It looks like an historic landmark. It's as old as one. I'm really shocked. We've been negotiating with those people for the 10 years I've been there, and at least 10 years that the rabbi's been there. Their former rabbi he's also very good. He is leading our services sometimes when Rabbi Weinberg is not here. And he's Persian American, and he's Sephardic Rite Jewish, and he does our Ashkenazic Rite Jewish stuff. But we're just so inclusive. I'm gay. I'm welcome there. It's extremely, just ultra inclusive, and we welcome anybody to come in there. We need the bodies to come in and be there and make it a living place. And it is a living place. And I've got 2 weeks notice about this. I saw this and I'm really shocked. This has been going on for 7 years, I just heard. We were never told anything about this. There's so many people in the entertainment industry, civil rights, just that have made that their home. And as he pointed out, there's bar mitzvahs and weddings and all kinds of events there. It is a big community center, and it is Jewish-based, but it is not a Jewish, by any stretch of the imagination. It is a community center. And after services on Saturday, I'm there all day as a community center. It is a valuable place for the community. And we will lose one of the most valuable places other than this building if this synagogue goes. We need time to think about this and call people who have been around and just been in that synagogue and made that synagogue their home, or their home away from home. This is just a core group of us that found this out 2 weeks ago with a big sign up front. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doug. And Mr. Workman was our last public speaker.
You said that was our last public speaker, David, correct? Okay. So now the applicant has an opportunity to rebut. They will have 5 minutes. No? Okay. Okay, the applicant is waiving their rebuttal time. So with that, we may still call you up to the podium, Patrick, if that's okay. Do we have commissioners who have questions for the applicant at this time? Commissioner Matos, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Jones. I have a question for the applicant, if you please approach the podium. As part of this plan, has there been any consideration given to relocation assistance for the synagogue or outreach to the members of the synagogue?
I'm the architect. I'm not prepared to answer questions outside of the realm of the design. And I know you want answers from me, but I'm not prepared or capable of answering those questions. My job was to design the project, and we spent 8 years doing that. I can't answer those questions. I wish there was someone else here to do that, but I can't give you those answers.
Okay.
Do we have additional questions for the applicant at this time?
There is a representative that could answer those questions. Do you want him to approach?
Yes,
Okay.
please. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mike Nazarian. I'm the chairman of the board of directors of Jewish Center, Jewish Federation. With my good heartness, I practically signed the lease once Temple Bet El agreement with us to stay there for 10 years. I wanted them to be there. 2 blocks down the street, there is Chabad. The school here, I don't want to talk too much. They are very controversial. But to helping them, not for tomorrow, this process will take another 3-4 years before we acquire permit. All these people are upset here. Many of them, I promise you, many of these people, I want to ask that Australian guy.
Sir.
When was the last time he went to the synagogue?
Sir,
Yes.
I understand that this is heated and many people are feeling emotional, but
Yes.
you are just
We
being
can
asked-
relocate them, yes. I will accept the responsibility to find them a place. They can go 2 blocks down the street, not now, 4 years ago. 4 years when we acquired the permit to go to Chabad, or I find them a place in Pico Boulevard or somewhere close by. Unbelievable, yes, I am telling you the
Please, no
fact.
crosstalk, no crosstalk. We can't
No.
we have to adhere to the rules of order. Everybody gets a chance to speak, but you're just being asked to speak at this time in response to one of the
I
commissioners.
appreciate for the time, but I promise you, I will assure these tenants will have sufficient time to move, and I will do whatever it takes to find them a right place. Yes.
And I'm just out of curiosity to build on Commissioner Matos' question, are you in a position to guarantee something like this? I just want to make sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So just to piggyback off of Chair Jones's follow-up question, you would be willing to codify this in the resolution as a condition of approval on this project?
Yes.
I guess I would have a follow-up question for staff.
Let's wait,
Okay.
wait, if that's okay.
Absolutely, Chair Jones. Thank you for answering the
I
question.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice.
Do we have any additional questions for the architect or the applicant at this time? Commissioner Lombardi?
Not pressing the right button.
It's okay, mine's not working.
I do have questions about the design, but I also feel like there may be other questions to get out there first. So I would defer to some of the other commissioners to make sure that we don't have other issues.
You're welcome to ask your questions about the
would- and I
design at
would
this
like to-
time. Sure.
Okay, sure, let's do it. Okay, thank you. So first question I guess I want to ask, since it was brought up in various ways by the public, what is the timeline for permitting and construction for this project?
Well,
I know that's
after we receive entitlements, then we start the construction document process. That could take 6 months to a year. And then we would do a bidding process. Construction could start a year to a year and a half after this time.
Including demolition?
That would happen around the same time.
Okay, let's look at the pavilion for a minute. I have some questions relating to that. Wood louvers that are called out, are those round? Are they rectangular? What's the idea there? Are they metal clad?
I'm sorry, the what?
The wood louvers on the pavilion.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the pavilion was seen as a transparent floating volume, and in front of that, there's a screening device. It's not 100% worked out, but we see it as a series of louvers, vertical louvers, so that has some depth to control sun, also to provide some kind of privacy.
Okay. And what's their profile? I may have not heard that in your...
It's not worked out 100%,
Okay.
but it would be a louver of some type.
And then I know in design review, we discussed the super graphic with the address. It looks like it's a little bit fainter in the rendering. Have you made a change with your intent there? Is that a gesture to some of our comments?
Yeah, it's a placeholder, really. We feel like there's a way to make that louver screen more three-dimensional, maybe adding some kind of graphic in there. We showed the number of the building, but again, it's up for discussion, and we need to develop that further.
Okay, thank you. And then you've advanced the treatment under the pavilion. I guess I'm still a little bit confused with exactly that intent. So it's like a metal material?
Well, again, it's conceptual, right? So we had some really great feedback during the design review subcommittee meeting, and we totally agree that the presence of that underside of the pavilion is prominent. So we want to make a feature out of it, and it's a great opportunity, perhaps, to have an art piece of some kind. Because the pool is close by, we had this idea of maybe creating some kind of piece that had some idea of reflection. And again, it's just an idea, whether it's metal, whether it's a graphic, whether it's a three-dimensional relief, that's all to be worked out, perhaps part of the Percent for Art program, to be determined. But the idea that that surface needs attention is something that I think we all agreed we wanted to pursue.
Okay, and during design review, we also discussed the idea of potentially having the pool move a little bit north so that it was in a sunnier position, but I'm beginning to understand why maybe you have the pool where it is, and I see that you swapped the position of the pool with the heated pool. Is that correct?
Well, the pool is in the ground. It's in the ground.
Yeah.
It's not above the parking structure. So the location of the pool is essentially in that zone where we don't have subterranean parking.
Okay, so does that explain why you swapped the positions, but overall kept that footprint in the same location?
Yes, yes.
Okay. On the art component, do you have a point of view on that? Because I saw some call-outs on the plans that I wasn't quite sure what they were referring to. Looked like there was a multi-leader. I'd have to find what page it was on, but it looked like there was a few designated positions for art. I don't know if that was a error or if you could help clarify. I might be able to find it on here. 1 second.
Yeah, I think we talked about integrating some pieces into the landscape at one point, and then we also talked about the art percent perhaps being the underside of that surface. So it might show up in two different areas.
Okay. I'm looking at sheet L220 on Exhibit C. It says proposed marker for art percentage.
Yeah, so because we're giving back a lot of this landscape area along the sidewalk, there's a opportunity for kind of a pedestrian experience, and the idea was that we could have some kind of markers or bollards or some kind of device, art piece tied into the landscape. That was one idea, and then the underside of the pavilion was another idea. So 2 ideas for art.
I see. Okay, that helps with understanding the intent there. Since you brought it up, I did want to ask about the haha wall, and it looked like in the renderings that was shown sort of tucked away in the landscaping, but in the section that was up during the presentation, I think I saw the wall closer to the sidewalk, so I understand the intent to create this sort of concealed wall, especially from the residents' side looking out, but what is the experience at the street level, and where is that wall located?
It's not a wall, it's a fence.
It would be, yes.
It would be held back from the sidewalk. I can't remember the distance, but it's 10 feet plus, and the idea is that it would be heavily landscaped. The fence, in a way, disappears. The landscape takes over, so you don't see the barrier. All you do is see the green.
Okay, thank you. I also want to ask about, from a design perspective, as you heard earlier in Commissioner questions to city staff, the fire lane and this 30-foot distance that was measured from the outside of the parked lane, which allows for the northern portion of the building to be very close to Crescent Heights, much closer than any of the adjacent buildings. So looking at the plans, I'm wondering, it seems like you could make up that difference if we had if the calculation were done from the curb, which I believe is precedent in the past, by reducing the footprint of some of those units and then pushing that volume back a little bit more from the curb. Do you feel like this is something that can be worked out? Because it does seem like it's not consistent with how we've measured that 30-foot dimension on other projects.
Yeah, we go by what the city tells us to do, what the fire department tells us to do, and that's what we did in this case. We certainly could push the building back. The whole building is pushed back. There's only one portion of the building at Crescent Heights where the entry is brought to the street, maintaining that urban edge. So from an urban design standpoint, you could argue that it's actually good where it's at, but you could also argue that it could be pushed back. But I mean, the whole building is pushed back. But either way, I mean, we can make it work either way.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate the overall design, but 6 feet and a little bit extra is very close in that one element. So that is a concern that I have, that it feels like it's really approaching the street. much more than any other building in that zone. But it sounds like you might be able to work through that.
Yeah, for sure.
And then I do have questions about landscape design. Do you have a landscape architect here?
We do. Studio Gray Green.
Is the landscape architect prepared to answer questions?
No, they're not here.
Oh, they're not here.
No.
Okay. Well, then I probably have fewer questions. This was something that wasn't fully resolved during design review. And I'm looking at the sheets that we were presented as part of the exhibits here. And what I see in the renderings versus what I see in the plans look different. The plans look very placeholder. I think you have an excellent opportunity here with landscape. But from what I can see, and I'm not an expert in this, it feels like there's a very sort of uniform selection of some generic plantings, and there's an opportunity for pollinators in terms of the planting selections. I know during design review we talked about sort of like a mini or micro bioswale, or the idea of collecting water and using that for that zone as well. These are all things that I feel a landscape architect could work on, as well as the tree species. A member of the public brought that up as well. So I guess my thought is there's a lot of potential here, and it might need to be worked on more, so maybe we could see more of that in some capacity. But could you explain where you are in the design and what was shown in your presentation versus here? What's changed, or is sheet L220 representing the current design?
Yeah, so as I noted in my presentation, landscape is the driver for the project. It is the architecture in a way. We're required to have 2,000 square feet of open space. We have almost 20,000, 12,000 on the ground level. So we're making a big deal about the landscape. And there will be a lot of thought and study and more detailed drawings and plans that will go along with the project as we develop the project. So I agree with you. For me to say that the project is so much about landscape and then not have it completely worked out, I can see your frustration. But I can assure you that the landscape is probably one of the most important aspects of the project, and something that we certainly won't let go.
Okay, thank you. That was my last question.
Any additional questions? Vice Chair Thomas, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. On the plans on page 47 of 80 on A210, there is a bedroom at the basement level. Is that a manager's unit?
No.
What is that bedroom?
So there's a 10-foot differential on the site from Crescent Heights down to Fountain. So what appears to be a basement level is actually at grade. It's not a basement.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Looking at the south elevation from Fountain, there are 2 large elevator overruns. Is there a reason that they're so prominent and that they couldn't be better integrated into the design of the project?
They probably could be. I'll take a look at it.
Okay, because they're protruding at the top of the project, and it just doesn't look very aesthetic. So if we could look at that, that would be great. But then that would need to come back to design review, correct? Or, well, sorry. We'll do that in deliberation.
Vice Chair Thomas, consider too that the elevation is, some of those are set way back, right? So they're not all at the front. When you look at those elevators, they're kind of terraced back. So you wouldn't actually see them from the street. Just keep that in mind.
And how far back are they?
I'm sorry?
How far back?
I don't have the dimension, but if you look at the plan, you can see that they're not at the front of the building.
Okay, I'll take a look.
But point well taken.
Okay, I'll take a look at that while you're answering other questions, and I may circle back to that. The driveway exit on Crescent Heights is, I'm very interested in the pedestrian car interaction. So is there going to be a bar, a light, a sign, or something that indicates to pedestrians that cars will be exiting so that there's not any sort of negative interaction between the cars and the pedestrians?
Well, I wish I could remember the history, years of study that went into the placement of the driveway. We had it multiple places. We worked in tandem with the city, Department of Transportation. That was the desired result. We also increased the drive aisle, I believe, in that area to help with the flow of traffic in that zone. So I don't have all the answers, but I can assure you that it was well thought out, not just by me, but by the city. And that location and the design of the driveway and the way it interacted with the sidewalk was well vetted.
Well, it's less about flow and it's more about public safety. So that's the question that I have about cars coming out, pedestrians walking by. Is there some sort of warning to pedestrians that cars will be exiting so that if somebody's walking down the street, there's not a...
No, there isn't anything planned for that at this time.
Okay, and my last question is, this project does not have any guest parking, so what are your thoughts on where guests would park in this area?
Well, we are providing the required amount of parking for the building. Keep in mind, not everyone's going to have a parking spot, so there will be some spots in the building, and we are providing more parking spaces along the street than there are now. So we're adding spaces all along the street.
And how many spaces are you adding to the street?
I don't know. I'll have to get back to you.
Chair, those are my questions for now.
Thank you. Do we have any additional questions for the applicant at this time? Commissioner Copeland, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, I just wanted to circle back to a question that I had asked of staff earlier about this western border with Havenhurst, and it seems like it's unresolved. Maybe there will be some plantings or some trees, but as far as the noise impact, are there any other mitigation measures planned at this time for that border?
Well, we can definitely introduce landscape and more landscape. Towards the northern edge, there's more opportunity for landscape, and I think we have some in native soil there as well. We could certainly introduce more along the entire edge.
Okay, there will be I guess with the rooftop areas, it shows in the renderings like a widescreen TV or movie screen. Where in relation would that be as far as facing? What would that be facing?
It's not, the renders, the TV placement isn't 100% figured out.
Yet. Okay.
We can definitely design those areas so that the attention will be more towards the courtyard and less towards the Havenhurst side.
Okay. I think most of the other questions that I had have already been asked at this time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any additional questions for the applicant at this time?
Chair, I have one follow-up question.
Please go ahead.
I forgot to ask earlier. We talked about the PV cells that were on the roof previously. It doesn't look like that design has evolved too much, but maybe I missed something in the plans.
I'm sorry, the what?
The photovoltaic cells.
All right.
Just making sure that they're integrated and they don't just feel like a utilitarian thing that's stuck on the top, because it's going to be quite visible. Are you intending to continue to finesse that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we have PVs integrated into the trellises of some of the outdoor spaces, and then the remaining PVs will be placed on the roof. But I understand we'll make sure that they're done in a proper way.
Okay. I know there's a lot of wires and transformers and stuff that might appear on there. So that's my concern with the current design, is there might be some extra stuff that isn't seen in the rendering but would be there. So maybe some additional louvering or something underneath to help make that feel more like a structure.
Sure.
Sorry, I was just leaning down to see you.
Thank
Any
you.
additional questions for the applicant at this time? All right, I think you're, thank you, thank you, Patrick, sorry. You can be seated.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I am going to go ahead and close the public hearing at this time, and we will move into deliberation. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Jones. I actually have a couple of questions for staff, and then I want to follow up with a couple of comments. So my first question is for the city attorney. Are we able, per Housing Accountability Act law at the state level, to, given that the applicant has agreed to it on the record, include a condition on this project or noted in the resolution that the applicant has agreed to do relocation for the synagogue and school?
The commission would need to, and is limited with respect to conditions of approval to those that would bear what's known as a rough proportionality to the impact of the proposed development. And so you can't, or I would say a requirement with respect to relocation is not related to the project approvals that would be considered as part of the Housing Accountability Act project.
Okay. So that being said, we could actually add that as in the resolution. It would just have the disclaimer that it's not part of the Housing Accountability Act. Is that what we're saying?
The condition could only be added if it bore a rough proportionality to the proposed development. And I think the question about whether or not a private party could be required to relocate items on an existing site is outside the contours of the housing project that's being considered. So beyond just a Housing Accountability Act project, the issue would be a condition like that is outside of sort of the scope of the project before the Planning Commission. And in addition, I think to the extent there's issues between the lessor or the property owner and the lessee or who occupies the site, that's a relationship that's private and separate from that between what the city decision makers are considering as part of project entitlements.
Okay, thank you. So I have a couple comments, and then I do have two things that I wanted to bring up. The first thing is, I want to thank everyone who came out and spoke today. I think it's, very, very noble for everyone to show up and have your opinion heard before the commission and the city process. I think that is extraordinarily important. So I want to applaud everyone who took the time out of their evening to come join with us this night. As you just heard, there is something in this state called the Housing Accountability Act. This Housing Accountability Act was drafted, I'm going to try to do this justice. The Housing Accountability Act was drafted in response to a statewide housing shortage, especially as it relates to affordable housing, which this project has. They lay out two very specific criteria that has to be partnered with a finding of substantial evidence in order for a project to be denied that has this level of affordable housing. They are, one, the development would have to have specific adverse impact on public health or safety unless disapproved or approved at a lower density. And two, there is no feasible method to satisfactorily mitigate or avoid the specific adverse impact other than the disapproval or approval in a lower density. So what we're really saying here is that state law, this Housing Accountability Act, is guiding the decisions that this body is able to make. There are things that we're able to condition, and as you heard just now, there are things that we're not able to condition per that state law. So that makes it very challenging because, again, I have deep respect and I feel for the members of the public that came out and spoke tonight on behalf of their community and behalf of their synagogue, but state law makes that really challenging. With that, there are two things that I really wanted to see be integrated into this project. The first thing is I really do think that in line with previous projects that I've seen in my time here, we should be stipulating in the resolution the breakdown of the inclusionary units. So there's 14 total units, 7 of them are very low income, and 7 of them are moderate income. To my understanding, per this meeting and per the staff discussion, 9 of those units will be very low income, 1 bedrooms, or 9 of those units will be 1 bedrooms, and 5 of those units will be 2 bedrooms. So I'm hoping to have that memorialized in the resolution as part of the approval process for this. The other thing that was brought up in my comments was the setback requirement for the front of the property, which is on Crescent Heights Boulevard. It sounds like there is precedent per the fire code for us to be looking at the setback of 30 feet starting from the curb rather than 8 foot from the curb, which is the parking lane. So I would also ask, as if this project were to move forward tonight, to have that be considered prior to plan check, so that we would be working with the fire department and the Director of Planning and Development Services to examine opportunities to maximize the setback in accordance with the code and with fire code. And that would also help the frontage of the building be more uniform with the rest of the street. So those are the 2 things that I would ask out of this project. You know, when we look at this project objectively, we see an exceptional amount of parking. State density bonus law only requires them to have 45 spaces, and they're having 125 spaces. You know, there's exceptional open space. There's new affordable units. There's a lot of great aspects to this project, and I would applaud the applicant for that. But, you know, obviously, I am very sensitive to the cultural and historic concerns with the synagogue. My heart is broken hearing some of that public comment, and I just want to speak from a human level. But at this time, you know, given what we've heard from our city attorney, I'm really, really unsure on what legally we have the ability to do, given the Housing Accountability Act. So I'd look forward to hearing from my colleagues about, you know, their thoughts on this project and the items surrounding it. But, you know, I would introduce just those 2 caveats. One being the inclusion of the bedroom size of the inclusionary units, and 2 being an item to re-examine the setback that's outlined in this project, looking to maximize the setback and do it 30 feet from the curb versus 30 feet from the parking lane. And I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to ask a quick question about the setback. Just to be clear, this is something that the fire department, which not in keeping with their previous requirements, had requested of this project, correct? It wasn't arbitrary on staff's part. Okay. So it wasn't the applicant's choice, and it wasn't staff's recommendation. It was the fire department's requirement, correct? But that's not been in keeping with their previous requirement. Okay. Thank you. Who'd like to go next? Commissioner Copeland, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple of questions for staff, if I might, first. Just to clarify, for the benefit of the public that contacted us as well as showed up tonight, do we have any discretion at this point to suggest that this go to HPC for further review, or back to design review after the landscaping and so forth, the unresolved issues are completed? Or do we have the discretion to continue to a date certain to return with closer review of the historic assessment and have the landscape architect on board? Do we have the option to do either of those things at our discretion?
There's really nothing that's been presented that would support sending this to the Historic Preservation Commission for any reason.
Okay.
And the second part of that was, I'm sorry.
The second part of that was that
the landscape
requirement that it come back to design review after it's complete, or that we continue this to a date certain to once they have a landscape architect available to ask them the questions. So
There-
do we have any discretion on any of those at this point?
Yeah, there's no objective standards in the code that have not been met on landscaping. And so what we can offer is that we will have an extra condition to review the landscaping prior to issuance of building permit. But again,
Where would that review take place? Would it go to design review, or would that be internally?
Design review as a component of this body doesn't have any authority or discretion.
Right.
So it would be a director's review.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions for staff or deliberation at this time? Commissioner Lombardi, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I don't know where to start with this one. I do appreciate all of the public feedback. I know this is a very sensitive topic and a really tough one. I'm not sure how much we as a planning commission can do here and what's possible within our role. We're here reviewing this project that has reached this stage. So I'm just going to keep it short and move on past that. With regards to comments that have been brought up by commissioners thus far, I'm in alignment with most everything that's been said so far. I do think that we should have some clarification about the breakdown of the units, and I do think that's an excellent idea to have that included in general as projects are queued up for our review. I guess one question I would ask is, we can state that there's 9 one-bedrooms and 5 two-bedrooms. I'm not sure if beyond that, knowing the very low income versus moderate income, if I got that right, what the mix is between that, or we need to distinguish that, or we just leave it to be determined. I don't have a strong opinion on that other than that we should discuss it. So I'm not sure what the precedent would be there, or if staff has an opinion.
In general, our housing department would make those decisions based on what they see as the need based on our lists and things like that. So that really should rest with them to make that final determination.
Understood. Thank you for the clarification. Regarding the setback, I do feel like this building is extremely close to the street compared to others in that one portion of the structure. So I would think that there's some way we could put that in to a condition within the resolution, understanding that it does need to be reviewed and approved by the fire department. So if they declined it for any reason, then it wouldn't be done, right? And then I do think that there is precedent in the past for projects, including housing projects, to come back for design review for something like a component that wasn't reviewed prior, the landscape design. I could see there being a benefit to having that be in an open forum and getting some feedback from the panel, since it didn't happen before, and maybe can run in isolation of the approval of the project because that information wasn't presented. So I would request that that become a condition within the resolution as well, that the landscape design be presented to the design review subcommittee so that we can help that along as part of the process. I don't think that that's within the realm of an unusual request.
One thing I would say to that is, it did used to be a more common practice quite a few years ago before the housing laws got so strict. And so I don't remember us sending anything back that's a Housing Accountability Act project, conditioning it for further design review. I hope you can hear me with this on. For further design review, subcommittee review after this body has issued its approval. Remember, with Housing Accountability Act projects, we have a 5-hearing limit. We have very strict timelines to get things approved and get them through the plan check process. And in fact, I think there's new laws going to effect January 1 that are even going to make the building review process even quicker. And so I would be hesitant to condition a project to go back to design review if there's not a specific code or a specific objective thing that they're looking at. And I believe Ms. Alkire said that the project meets all the landscape requirements in the code at this time. And the architect has committed that the landscape is, a central important focus of this project. So I would be hesitant to put something that adds more time onto the process for a housing project.
No crosstalk, please, or I'll ask you to leave the auditorium. Please respect the process. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that also when you look at our city's goals and objectives, and when we talk about climate and urban design, these are all important things. My perspective is that the landscape isn't necessarily going to have an impact on the architecture, the design, and how that moves forward. Now, I realize that there's a permitting process that can't be slowed down. So I feel like there's a way where this could be leveraged, where we're providing design review, but it's not holding up any of that process, and it would allow for some good input. We're talking about swapping out plantings or making adjustments to that within designated areas, considering we have so much landscape on this project. I don't know if that would, and I'm not seeing how that would slow down anything. I think it would just be an added benefit since we didn't get to see it prior.
Maybe I can make a suggestion that would help us get there. If the applicant is amenable to it, if the commission wants to let us know what in particular is being looked for in that process, what is missing off of the plans that you would like to make sure that is, or what is on the plans that you want to make sure stays, and we can memorialize that, and then ensure in the plan check process that it remains in the plans, or that they add something that isn't there.
Sure, and along those lines, maybe my suggestion would be that it be reviewed with UDAS, and then also presented, even if maybe receive and file, but I would still recommend that it be presented to the design review subcommittee. I feel like we could work that in, and I think we could tie it specifically to review of the landscape plans and planting selections, so that it limits and defines what that scope is.
I would still like to know what we're looking for, because I don't want to leave it so open-ended so that there's, a lot of discretion implied in that, where the subcommittee or even staff isn't quite sure what the intent of the commission is in that, and we want to make sure that so if there's something,
Okay.
if it's that you want it to match the plans that we have, or you want the certain number of trees or something like that, I think that would help us a lot when we go to review it, to make sure we know what exactly you wanted to capture.
Well, because the design doesn't feel resolved, I'm not sure how to answer that. So I think it really is review of the planting plans and the tree selections as intended for the project by the landscape architect.
Are there objective standards that you feel the project isn't meeting in terms of the landscape plans? Because I think that's the legal standard, is it not?
I think that we're supposed to see landscape plans when we're reviewing projects, and it seems like the design we're seeing right now hasn't implemented that plan as included in the exhibit.
I'd lean on legal, but can that be the basis for us to leave the landscape plans to go back to design review? I just want to make sure we're not walking a line we don't want to walk here.
If you can give us 1 minute. So the objective standard in the zoning ordinance is for preliminary landscaping plans to be provided, and then final landscaping plans to be provided prior to building permit issuance. So they have complied with the requirement in the zoning ordinance at this time.
Perhaps we could request that it be reviewed with UDAS and presented as receive and file to the design review subcommittee.
No.
I would ask the applicant, because it's an unusual request, and it's not something that we have been doing in recent years since the housing laws have changed so much.
I understand your request, and I understand why you would want to see it. The thing is, we have a much more developed landscape plan. I just didn't bring it because it's not required. This came up on another job where it was clearly stated what was required at this point of the process, and it's what we provided you. So you're asking for something that's actually due at a later phase. I have no problem giving it to you. I actually have it, but it's not in the set. It's not required. So you really can't ask for it. But I don't have a problem giving it to you. We have it.
Okay, I don't want to belabor this topic too much, but I do feel like we usually see a little more detail. So maybe receive and file or something else, but I'll leave my time for the other commissioners.
Jennifer, the commission seems to have this misconception that drawing packages that come to us have to be completely resolved to some degree. And typically we see schematic presentations at best, design development, maybe 3/4 of the way through. Is it a requirement for applicants to bring fully developed drawings to Planning Commission?
No, that typically most of the development of the plans into the greater detail happens during the plan check process.
Right, and you are not required to submit stamped landscape drawings until the end or before the issuance of the permit.
That's correct.
And they've met all the requirements that they need to pass this hurdle at this point.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Thomas, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So first, I just have a couple notes. I agree with staff's interpretation of the frontages being on Crescent Heights and Fountain. I appreciate the generous setbacks. Provides for a more improved pedestrian experience. I appreciate the use of sustainable materials as described by the urban designer. But as much as I love these sustainable materials, I do have a criticism that the expanses on the northernmost part of the project facing Crescent Heights, there are these large white sections of steel panel, and it doesn't feel very aesthetic to me. On sheet A015, the northernmost part of this building facing Crescent Heights, it's just these large expanses of uninterrupted white steel cladding. The southern elevation does a better job of articulation and use of color. The elevator runs are pretty large and significant. They're the most defining feature of the roof. And I looked at the renderings again, and it doesn't matter how far back they are. They're just very large and obtrusive. I do like the terrace theme at the corner of Crescent Heights. I'm never comfortable approving projects with no guest parking, but as we've said, this is an HAA project, so it is what it is. But more than that, I'm not particularly comfortable with this project in that, for me, and I understand what our expectations are as commissioners, but until the community is satisfied with how their cultural resource, which I don't understand how it's not historic if the whiskey is historic. I'm confused about that, but again, that's not what I do. I need for the community to be comfortable with how this resource is either integrated into the project or relocated before I feel comfortable. And I understand that my job as a commissioner is not that, but I personally need to know that the community is comfortable with something that is so valuable and important to them before I feel comfortable moving this project forward. So, but that's just me, and those are my thoughts.
Chair Jones, is it all right if I ask a follow-up question?
Sure.
Cool. So we did ask if there was able to be, given that the applicant agreed to it, a opportunity for there to be a requirement of replacement, relocation of the existing synagogue. We know Housing Accountability Act doesn't allow that. My question would be, if the Housing Accountability Act doesn't allow for that to be considered as part of the resolution of this project, is there an opportunity for the city to help via cultural services relationships, human services relationships, to help the members of the synagogue get to a place where they feel like critical elements of their cultural resources being preserved ahead of the deconstruction of the site, or they're able to find an opportunity for a new house of worship, a temple, a synagogue. Is there anything that the city can do to help address that concern outside of the resolution that is required by the Housing Accountability Act?
That would be entirely up to the city council.
Okay.
We don't have any say or purview over that.
So if this item were to pass here tonight, is it possible for this body to make a recommendation to city council with that?
Is that even in our purview? I don't want to be argumentative, and I usually wait until the end to speak, but I want to be really careful here about how we are framing our conversation about this, because the reason that many people came here tonight and the grounds by which we are allowed to consider this, and candidly our role here, are very different. So I just want to make sure that we're playing the role that we're supposed to play. And if there are, I just don't know that those kinds of things are, I kind of don't know how we got here in the first place, candidly. I don't know what happened with this project where this is happening, but I would, defer to staff and city attorney for guidance here, because this is an unusual situation.
I agree, and I think it's hard for staff to speak to what communication has happened between the community center and the synagogue, and what type of notice was provided. And I think, Commissioner Matos, you said this really well before, that you're having to deal with these competing interests, which is a community that's losing their house of worship, and also a state that's in a housing crisis and having very strict housing laws to try and build as many units as possible in a short amount of time. So, you're right that the role of the commission, we look at applications that are given to the city, and you look at whether it meets the requirements in the code and the requirements of state law, and that's the commission's role. And the application was filed with the city, the staff processed it, looked to see if it was compliant with city code, and brought it to you for a decision. So finding an alternate location for the synagogue is not something that we can put as a requirement on a housing project before we can approve it. And the landowner said tonight that they will do their best to try and help the synagogue relocate, find another location, and that's probably part of their lease if they're ending early. It's things that we don't know so much about their lease relationship. But the focus tonight should really be on the application. Does it meet the standards that we set out in the code? And then when they build, how they help out their tenants is going to be between the landlord and the tenant in this case.
Thank you for clarifying that, and appreciate it.
Commissioner Gregoire, please go ahead.
So I don't really have a lot to add other than what has already been said. I have to say, I was really, really emotionally moved by what I heard tonight. This has by far been the hardest planning commission I have attended. You can't help but sit here and feel really bad about what we have to do tonight. Under the Housing Accountability Act, we have to approve this project tonight. We can't continue this to another night. We can't deny this project. Otherwise, we won't be in compliance with the law. So, as heartbreaking as it is, I will have to vote yes to approve this project this evening. But I don't feel good about it. But that's what the law compels us to do this evening.
No crosstalk, please. No crosstalk, please. Commissioner Caballero?
Yeah, I agree. This has been a really difficult hearing. I understand what the community is struggling with and trying to find a new location. But as everybody has said, and legal has confirmed, it is not part of our purview. We are not city council. We're here to approve a project that's been presented to us. And from a design point of view, I think the applicant has done a great job of responding to the context in a meaningful way that will bring value to this corner and to the opposite corner. I actually met with the owner of La Fontaine and reviewed the project with him, and he is very happy about what he sees. He likes the relationship between the two courtyards. He appreciates the ability to be able to see out into up to the hills more than they actually probably can now. He's in support of it. And the applicant has been very responsive with design review. The only thing that I can remember that we talked about that wasn't implemented were trellises on the upper level, but I understand, there are different types of outdoor activities, and we have covered patios, and I'm on board with this project from a design perspective.
Thank you. Do we have any additional comments? Vice Chair Thomas?
Thank you, Chair. My only other comment is that I'm not comfortable with the project not understanding the pedestrian and car interaction, and the architect's inability to answer that question is a little confusing to me, and I feel like I need to know the specifics of that with all these cars that are going to be coming out, and then the number of people who walk on Crescent Heights. I need that question answered also in order for me to feel comfortable moving forward with this project. And like I said, there's no answer to that. So to me, there are just too many elements to this project that are not completely baked. So that's part of my reasoning as well. So I just wanted to add that.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
There actually are examples of that across the street and the next block down, where you have a large apartment complex where people are entering and exiting often. And if you go up and down Laurel and Havenhurst, you have buildings coming out, or parking areas coming out onto the street, and pedestrians and cars interact all the time in a safe way.
That's nice, Commissioner, but I don't have the answers that I need for this project, and that's all I'm saying.
But what is the answer when you have the examples?
I don't know. The architect could not provide those answers, so that's all I'm saying, is that the architect could not answer the questions, and I would like those answers. That's all.
Okay.
Anybody else? Commissioner Copeland, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Just one more final question for staff, if I could. If this is approved, and the community and the Historic Preservation Alliance and so forth still have some questions and concerns about whether the historic resource assessment was thorough and complete, there is an appeal process for this. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have,
Commissioner
Chair.
Lombardi, please go ahead. Sorry, Commissioner Copeland. Thank you.
Is Commissioner Copeland finished?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to add, look, we're in a very unusual position right now with making these decisions. There's things that I feel are outside of my purview here as a commissioner. We do happen to have a project that is quite resolved, and the architect has made a substantial effort to accommodate everything that was discussed during design review and with UDAS and with staff, landscape being the part that we didn't really get to see. So, at the end of the day, I think for me, the conditions that we were looking at before, the breakdown of the units, and then also the setback of 30 feet, seeing if that could be adjusted, all pending the review by the fire department, of course. And then maybe this is streamlined enough, requesting that the landscape be presented and reviewed with UDAS, if it's not for us. But that's it for me. I mean, otherwise, we actually have a really excellent project here, but I really appreciate all the feedback and comments that we've received from the public, and it's definitely touched me and has me concerned about how we got here, but I also don't know what there is that we as a planning commission can do.
Commissioner Copeland, please go ahead.
I know I've been asking questions all evening, mostly of staff, but I did want to comment, and I am very concerned about some of this and how we arrived here, as Commissioner Lombardi said. But now that we're here, I do have to also say that as for the design itself, for the most part, overall, I think it's one of the better ones that we have seen recently as far as the design itself. And I appreciate that quite a bit. A lot's gone into it, a lot of open space, and there are a lot of things I absolutely do appreciate and would like to see more of as far as the design itself. So I did want to add that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, unless anyone else motions to me, I have some comments that I'd like to make. And I'm going to try to split them up kind of into some of the comments that we've gotten tonight and then the actual merits of the project itself. First, we all say this, and it merits repeating because it's important. We are all residents of the city of West Hollywood as well, and we very much appreciate you all coming out here tonight, whether you are a resident of the city or someone who attends synagogue in the city or both. We are meant to be your representatives here, so we truly can't do our jobs without you. We also know what it's like, I think, because each of us has probably done this, is come to a meeting that you probably don't know the structure and come out and take time out and prepare comments. And again, we really can't do this without you. But I didn't have any background on really other than what was contained in the staff report, kind of about the amount of notice that members of the congregation had. And I only surfaced this really, again, because it's truly not within our purview here as the Planning Commission. And I don't say that to absolve us of responsibility, but I don't know who told the people who are members of the temple that coming to the Planning Commission meeting was going to be able to save the synagogue. Unfortunately, as I understand it, and I'd like to ask this question of staff, the Iranian American Jewish Center are the owners of this property, correct?
That's correct, yes.
So it's not fascist, like destroying the synagogue. And I don't mean to make light of this at all, but I really do deeply want to understand kind of what happened here. I don't understand how we arrived here, where we have an auditorium that we've seen be more full for a terrible reason than we have in probably 3.5 years, because there wasn't communication between a lessee and the people who are leasing that property. And again, I say this with so much sympathy for people who clearly, there's a person who is almost 100 years old. I will probably not live to be that old. Most of us probably won't. And again, we're so appreciative of all of you coming out, but there's not really anything that we can do. I don't know what happened here. I don't know what happened with the neighborhood meeting, but I just kind of want to separate that out from the reasons by which we are actually able to consider this project. And the tenant lessee relationship is just not one of those. It's very unfortunate. I can think of only one other Planning Commission meeting that I've had that has been as contentious as this, and it was about a cell phone tower in a church. So, no crosstalk, please. Please respect the process. So, with all of that being said, I do want to address one of the commenters' notes about a request for continuance, and I'm using air quotes because a request for continuance can be made by staff, or it can be made by an applicant, or it can be considered by the commission if we feel that there is a reason for a continuance. But I need to call this out, and I feel like this has been happening a lot. Disagreement with the assessment of a professional and the professionals that we have on staff is not grounds for a continuance. And if a person who is a professional as a historic consultant says that this property does not meet the criteria for historic designation, and staff comes to the agreement that it also does not, then I tend to agree with the people who were paid to do this for a living. So I just need to say that for the record, because I just think that there's a lot of misunderstanding about grounds for these things. I'm not going to pretend like I know more than people who have gone to graduate school and who have gone to law school to do these things know more about this than I do. I don't. Again, all of that being said, there's just so much ground to cover for things that I just did not realize we were going to be talking about tonight. In terms of the project itself, I do think that there are so many things to recommend this project. I think it's an excellent project. Again, I think as many of my fellow commissioners have said, there are a lot of elements that I think we wish we saw in more projects that came before us for consideration. I would agree with my fellow commissioners who had comments about the setback. I don't know if that's something that staff could work with the fire department on, because it sounds like pretty roundly that's not the applicant's choice and it's not staff's choice, but that's something the fire department requested. So if we can make that maybe not a condition of approval should this move forward tonight, but or maybe we do make it a condition, but that's something I do think is worthy of exploration, especially given that, as Commissioner Matos noted and Commissioner Lombardi noted, this is not something that has been a rule or a condition for projects before. So speaking of consistency, I think that's important that we say that for posterity. I also just want to note, I'd generally be comfortable with the breakdown of the inclusionary units if that's something we want to do, but doesn't condition 3.3 in the resolution generally cover that? Again, I'm fine with including it. I'm just wondering if it's duplicative.
3.3 is a general statement. We can just add one more sentence to 3.1 to address Commissioner Matos' concerns.
Okay, I'm comfortable with that. I know there's going to be stuff I forget. Insofar as the landscape plans, I understand that there is a level of discomfort with us not having those. I also recognize that it's not legally required. And again, we're here to make sure that West Hollywood follows the law. Whether we like the law or not, we are legally obligated to follow it. So I don't know if, review by, the Urban Design Architect Studio, UDAS, or, I don't think it's appropriate to send it back to design review. I'll just say that. I don't, especially for the Housing Accountability Act project, I feel like there's just a very narrow, we're not walking down a very wide hallway, we'll just say. So I personally don't feel comfortable with that. But other than that, and again, there's a lot more that I could say, because I recognize too that we're talking about people's lives and their memories and things that are important to them. And that is incredibly meaningful. But again, I think that there's been some misunderstanding about the role of this commission and our ability to, per the law, to be able to affect real change for you. It's very unfortunate that you find yourselves in this position and that this wasn't better communicated to you, because there is a process for this, and I don't know where the wires got crossed, but clearly something happened here, and we're terribly sorry for that. I know, I get it, like, people are upset. There's nothing I'm going to be able to say that's going to make you less upset, but I'm just trying to help you understand the reasons that we're here and what we're allowed to consider. So with all that being said, I'm inclined to move this project forward with the conditions that Commissioner Matos enumerated as regards the breakdown of the inclusionary units, and a recommendation to staff that they work with the fire department to further study the setback and maybe request that we can move that in keeping with previous projects.
Yeah, we have some language that we can read into the code on that condition. I don't know, Isaac.
So the two conditions, or revised conditions, in line with the discussion by the commission, would be potentially a new condition 2.4, that prior to issuance of building permits, applicant shall consult with the Planning and Development Services Director and Fire Department on the feasibility of a 30-foot setback from curb of the project site, and if feasible under fire code requirements, project shall be revised to accommodate the revised setback, subject to approval by Planning and Development Services Director. And then to add to the existing condition 3.1, which includes the existing breakdown of affordable inclusionary units, a new sentence that states that there will be 9 one-bedroom inclusionary affordable units and 5 two-bedroom units.
Okay, now that the language has been read into the record, do we have a motion? Commissioner Caballero has motioned. Do we have a second? Commissioner Matos has seconded. Unless there's further deliberation or anybody wants to say anything, we can call the question.
And the motion passes, noting 6 ayes and Vice Chair Thomas voting no. There is an appeal process. The resolution the Planning Commission just approved memorializes the Commission's final action on this matter. This action is subject to appeal to the City Council. Appeals must be submitted within 10 calendar days from this date to the City Clerk's office. Appeals must be in writing and accompanied by the required fees. The City Clerk's office can provide appeal forms and information about waiver of fees.
Thank you, David. Okay, so we have moved out of our public hearings for this evening. Our next item is item 11A, that's new business. We are going to take a quick break. It will be somewhere in the realm of 5 minutes. Don't hold us to it exactly, just to ensure there are no technical issues. Thank you. Okay, everybody, if you can make your way back to your seats. You're allowed to eat snacks, too. Hey, David, my microphone is, like, not turning on and off. Well, I'm just keeping it on.
And Rogerio, I couldn't hear you. When you were speaking, the second to last one, I couldn't really hear you.
Okay. We're just waiting for Commissioner Matos. You good? Okay. Awesome. Thank you. And thank you for your patience. I know that was a longer than 5-minute break, but emotional release. Okay, so we're going to call the meeting back to order. We are headed into item 11A. 11 is new business, and item A is 9160 to 9176 Sunset Boulevard, draft environmental impact report comment period. I just want to give a quick kind of prelude to the report that staff is planning to give. This is actually not technically a public hearing. Staff will run everybody through, including us, kind of CEQA, the draft EIR period, the actual environmental impact report period, and what this connotes. But essentially what this will be is an opportunity for everybody here, whether they've already submitted a comment in writing, whether they're on Zoom, whether they're here in the room, and for us as planning commissioners to give feedback about this project. All of the feedback that we provide, whether it is in, again, verbal comment, written comment, whatever it may be, will be incorporated into the final environmental impact report, which will then be responded to in the final document. So I just want to make clear there's no decision being rendered tonight. This is not to move a project forward. We're in the very early stages of this. So just want to make that clear. Appreciate everybody coming out. And with that, I'm going to hand this over to staff.
Thank you. Joe, can we get the, there we go, thank you. Good evening, Chair and Commissioners and members of the public. My name is Derek Purification, Associate Planner for the City of West Hollywood. The project before you is located at 9160 to 9176 Sunset Boulevard, and the proposed project is a 5-story commercial building with integrated digital billboard as well as 3 floors of subterranean parking. As Chair Jones had mentioned, this item is at the draft EIR comment period stage. And what does that mean? Basically, it just means that the comment period is a stage in the environmental review process where staff receives comments that are generally limited to the draft EIR document, and staff will take those comments and respond to them in the final EIR document, which will return to the Planning Commission at that time. So for tonight's meeting, the Commission will not be deliberating on merits of the project or deciding to support or oppose the project at this time. And with that being said, I'd like to turn it over to Hina Gupta. She is the environmental consultant with Ultra Systems Environmental.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Hina Gupta with Ultra Systems Environmental. We are the CEQA environmental consultant, and we are helping the city prepare the CEQA environmental review documentation for this project. Just to give an overview of the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA requires state and local agencies to evaluate and consider the environmental impacts during the decision-making process. It informs decision makers and the public about the proposed project and potential environmental impacts. It provides an opportunity for agencies and the public to comment on the environmental issues and identify ways to reduce or avoid environmental impacts through mitigation and/or project alternatives. It also helps disclose significant and unavoidable impacts. Going over the CEQA EIR review process. The process starts with preparation of an initial study. After that, a public scoping meeting is held. After collecting initial comments during the public scoping meeting, we prepared the draft EIR. For this project, we prepared the draft EIR and circulated it for public review and comment. And we are now at step 6 of this process here, where the intent of this meeting is to collect comments on the draft EIR. I would like to remind everybody that after this meeting, we will review all the comments and prepare responses to those comments, which will be included in the final EIR. The final EIR would be revised as needed to address those comments, and additional opportunities would be provided for the public and the public agencies to review the final EIR and provide subsequent comments during subsequent meetings after this. The project is located at the intersection of Sunset Boulevard and Corey Avenue. Carroll Drive is another minor arterial, which is located further east of the project. This shows an aerial view of the general vicinity of the project area. Coming to the project overview, the project applicant proposes an office and high turnover restaurant building, approximately 53,000 square feet, 5 floors above the ground, 3 floors below the ground. The 3 floors would include a subterranean parking garage. The first floor uses would include a high turnover restaurant, office, and outdoor dining space. The upper floors would include office uses. Terraces and planting areas would be provided on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors. The subterranean parking garage would provide parking for 86 vehicle parking spaces and 2 loading spaces. These spaces would also include 2 shared parking spaces, 20 EV charging spaces, and the project would provide 16 bicycle parking spaces. The project also proposes a digital billboard on levels 3 through 5 for solar shading, signage, advertisement, and public art. The building would be an all-electric building, and levels 2, 3, 5 would be stepped back along the eastern and the southern facade. Over here, we have a conceptual project site plan. The vehicular entry to the project site would be provided through driveways along Corey Avenue and another alleyway which can be accessed through Carroll Drive. This here is a schematic section showing the building design, a cross-section through the building, which shows the stepped back profile of the building towards the south, restaurant users on the ground floor and office users on the upper floors. Here's a conceptual rendering of the project looking east from Sunset Boulevard. This is a view along Sunset Boulevard. And here's a conceptual rendering showing the view of the project looking southwest from Sunset Boulevard. Here's a view towards the south of the building near the residences on Corey Avenue and the step-back profile of the building. The environmental topics that were considered in this draft EIR included aesthetics, air quality, biological resources, cultural resources, energy, geology and soils, greenhouse gas emissions, hazards and hazardous materials, hydrology and water quality, land use and planning, noise, transportation, tribal cultural resources, utilities and service systems, and wildfire. The topics highlighted in yellow here are the ones where we found that there is potential for impacts, and mitigation measures were included and recommended in the draft EIR. For all of the topics highlighted in yellow, the mitigation measures would help reduce the impacts to a level below the significance threshold. The only issue that was found to have significant and unavoidable impacts was related to noise. In the draft EIR, it was determined that construction noise, impacts related to construction noise would be significant and unavoidable. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I wasn't ignoring you, I just wanted to make sure you were finished. Okay, fantastic. So again, I mean, the normal order of this would be for us to ask questions, but this is a comment period. So I think if city attorney is amenable and staff is amenable and the rest of my fellow commissioners are amenable, that we open this up to the public right now, both in chamber and on Zoom, and allow everyone to speak. David, can you tell me how many public speakers we have right now?
We have approximately 20.
20. Okay, so it's 10:08. I think what I'd like to suggest, and I can be moved on this, I think what I'd like to suggest is that we limit comments to 2 minutes each. Are those sides of consternation? I really am not trying to limit it, but I do want to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. Commissioner Thomas has, or Vice Chair Thomas has a question for staff. Go ahead.
This may actually be two questions. So there was a full light study that was completed by Francis Cray, the same firm that did the city's M&D for the billboards on Sunset. And so this will be the same methodology that the city is using for our off-site advertising program. Is that correct?
So at this time, we're really just taking comments.
Sure.
We want to make sure that we're responding to everything globally.
It's just a yes or no question because it's a 495-page document that I just thought that people might have missed that in the document. So it's
okay. If it's a simple answer, we can answer that.
Yeah, it's just a yes.
Was the methodology the We don't have an answer for that right now. It was not the same analysis. It was a different analysis. So whether it was exactly the same methodology used as that M&D is not something we're prepared to answer.
Okay, but there was a light study done.
Yes, there was.
Okay, can I ask, I know, I'm sorry, just one last question. Do you, in this light study, was it found that there would be light hitting the north side of the project? It would be hitting any of the properties north of the project?
When you say light hitting, it's
the trespass.
Yes, so the level of light trespass was studied in the lighting study, and there's thresholds that explains what the perceived, how much light would affect, would be considered a perceived change. So the lighting study does evaluate the levels of light at the properties to the north of the project site, and the EIR is based on the analysis in the lighting study, which concludes that the impact would be less than significant because there's thresholds that the lighting study studies, and that is based on data which explains how much light would cause human annoyance and would cause a significant change in the environment. And the lighting study determined that the level of light that would be introduced by this project would be below the threshold. And it also took into account distances of those properties. So as the distance from the project site increases, the level of light trespass and the levels decrease as well.
Great, thank you so much. That's it, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, with that being said, we are going to open this up to public comment. David, you said we have 20 speakers?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to leave it at 3 minutes. I don't want anybody to feel like they're not being heard this evening, so we'll leave it at 3. Doesn't mean you have to take all three, but you are entitled to three should you like that. So with that, I think we can take our first public speaker, David.
Sure, thank you, Chair. We'll do chambers first, and then when they're finished, I have a couple records to read into, a couple emails to read into the record that came in after the public comment closing. Our first public speaker will be Ellen Evans. She will be followed by Leo Percher. Please state your name and city of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Ellen Evans, and I live in Los Angeles. Good evening, commissioners, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm president of the Doheny Sunset Plaza Neighborhood Association. Our mission is to protect the safety, security, and serenity of our neighborhood, which is composed of the 2,000 households in Los Angeles in the hills above the Sunset Strip. Well, we don't reside in West Hollywood, we dine in West Hollywood, we shop in West Hollywood, we walk our dogs in West Hollywood, and most of us can't leave our house without going to or through West Hollywood. The proposed digital sign presents a threat to the safety and serenity and health of our hillside ecosystem. The DEIR states that light from the billboard will have a less than significant impact. This is simply not credible, and I want you to know that we've hired an illumination engineer who will explain in writing in a stamped report exactly why. Here's why you should treat the lighting portion with skepticism. The billboard is the same height as the reef, and if you don't know what the reef is, it's this one. It's the same area as one of its faces, and the reef is extremely impactful. This proposed billboard is roughly equivalent to the reef, except instead of being on the top of a tall building near a freeway, it's on Sunset. At least the reef has to turn off at 11 p.m. You might think that West Hollywood illumination limits would limit impact. Did you know that the West Hollywood limits far exceed the Illuminating Engineering Society's guidelines? If we take the position that West Hollywood is similar to Vegas or Times Square, which would put us in Title 24's Lighting Zone 4, then West Hollywood's limit is 2.33 times the recommended limit. But that standard is not supposed to apply to residential areas, not even urban residential areas. Therefore, the limit is nearly 5 times what's recommended. The reef also doesn't face directly into a residential neighborhood. This is going to be extremely impactful and also the DEIR fails to recognize the significant biological resources in our neighborhood, which other governmental bodies recognize. The entirety of our neighborhood is in the Santa Monica Mountains and is part of the Rim of the Valley study area. We're also part of the proposed LA Wildlife District, where there will be special rules and restrictions aimed at preserving habitat and the health of our ecosystem. In the rules are illumination standards aimed at protecting wildlife because nighttime light is a threat. This must be recognized. West Hollywood should not approve projects that undermine the ability of LA to protect wildlife in line with policy goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Our next speaker will be Leo Percher. Leo, you will be followed by Mary Hart Sugarman. Leo, you have 3 minutes. Please state your name and city of residence.
My name is Leo Percher. I'm a longtime resident of West Hollywood, having lived in Sierra Towers for the past 22 years. I'm also president of the Sierra Towers Homeowners Association. On behalf of myself and as president of the association, I want to register our strong opposition to the portion of the proposed project that consists of the digital billboard. This is a truly awful addition. It will negatively impact all of the property in West Hollywood, Beverly Hills, and Los Angeles within its line of sight. The massive size of the billboard is 14,000 square feet, 90 feet high. larger than any other billboard in the area, guarantees that thousands of residents will be impacted by this sign in their homes. The sign will have particular impact on Sierra Towers. Sierra Towers, as you may know, is a 32-story apartment building containing 146 units. As such, it has hundreds of residents. It is located on Doheny Road, 1 block from the proposed project, and in the direct line of sight to the proposed digital board. The digital board will shine directly into apartments in Sierra Towers, particularly those located on the north and east sides, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The residents will be deprived of a principal reason why they bought their apartments, which is the view. They will be forced to use blackout drapes on their windows facing the sign. The value of all the apartments in Sierra Towers will be negatively impacted. The negative impact of the billboard on residents and their homes is not the only problem. As you know, the billboard will face in 3 directions and tower over the intersection of Sunset Boulevard, Corey Avenue, and Doheny Road. That intersection is now a virtual parking lot during portions of each day, particularly in the evening hours. Cars cannot avoid blocking the box during this period. Safely crossing the street as a pedestrian is always a challenge. You can imagine how much more dangerous it will become for pedestrians and drivers when they're further distracted
Sir, thank you.
by digital images.
Your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I just want to make sure everybody has their 3 minutes.
Thank you, Leah. Our next speaker will be Mary Hart Sugarman, and she'll be followed by Paul C.
Good evening, Commissioners, and thank you for taking this time and for what you do. And after what we saw just a few minutes ago, obviously the decision-making process is not an easy one. I, too, am here. I'm Mary Hart. I live in Sierra Towers, right here in West Hollywood. My husband and I have been here for a number of years, and before that we lived right up in the hills in Truesdale. So we are extremely concerned about the impact of this huge, again, 45,000 square feet of billboard, LED lighting that wraps around the entire building, which is 50,000 square feet. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like that, except maybe in Times Square, maybe in Las Vegas, but that's not us. That's not who we are. And I understand progress and the need for it. Heaven only knows things change, but I don't believe that this EIR study even considered Sierra Towers. I don't recall hearing that it was mentioned whatsoever. And we're in a position where we literally will be staring at this building. And I can't begin to describe how horrified we were to imagine that we'd be looking into neon lights, not just in the evening, but 24 hours a day. So if you get up early right now, maybe the lighting impact isn't too bad, but by 4 o'clock in the afternoon and then going on in through the evening hours, I also think it is going to be extremely detrimental to traffic. I think the impact, the shock of going eastbound on Sunset Boulevard and going to Corey and coming through a beautiful, quiet, not highly lit up residential area to suddenly be blasted with this giant LED billboard is going to be a tremendous distraction. I think we're going to have trouble with traffic, which we already do. As Leo just said, it's a parking lot down there, going to work and during rush hours in the morning, and if you're trying to, like we do, probably 80 nights a year, try to make that left on Sunset to go down to Dodger Stadium, Whether you start at 5 o'clock or as we've moved it up to 4:30 and 4 o'clock, it is a parking lot. I think it's going to get so much worse with this. So I really do also question the veracity of the study that has been done, and I think we need to look more into it and the impact it will have on the neighbors to the north. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Paul C. Paul will be followed by Jack Suzar. Paul, please state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, good evening, everybody. My name is Paul C. I'm also a resident of the Sierra Towers. And yes, just like Mrs. Mary Hart and Mr. Percher was stating, that this will impact our building tremendously, not only in a traffic sense, but also in response for medical services, fire departments. It would become like a six street bridge type situation where everybody's going to stop, want to take pictures, YouTubers. We're inviting a lot of unwanted company to our area. Not only that, but the impact that it has in our infrastructure of power outages. We constantly already have power outages, so having a billboard that size and the electricity demand on the area, it's going to impact the infrastructure of the city. So all those things being said, it's going to take, in less 3 minutes of a fire truck to go by, it's going to take 10, 20 minutes. So we're thinking about people's safety and people's lives here too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Our next speaker will be Jack Suzar, followed by Fred Gaines. Jack, you have 3 minutes.
I can still say good evening. I think a few more minutes we can say good morning. First of all, I'm not going to repeat so much of what's been said. I want to say, though, thank you for being here, being responsive. Certainly after witnessing the session before us, I really appreciate the way you've expressed yourself. So I've been a resident of Sierra Towers, West Hollywood, for over 20-some years. I'm not going to repeat what's already been said. I want to focus on something I just recently experienced. I just want to bring it to your attention, and perhaps it included in some of the studies that you're doing. I had to take a DMV test the other day, and in it were two things that I found very interesting. One, majority of accidents and injuries, and serious ones, take place in intersections, not on the highway as we would think, or in some other country road, intersections, pedestrians, and car accidents. The other is that under the current set of circumstances where people are distracted by either apps on their phone, in their car, or now in this case will be this signage, the amount of time it takes for the person who is distracted by this sign to refocus on what they are trying to look at in the intersection was surprising to me. It was 10 or 15 seconds for the average person to be able to refocus. You can check the DMV on this. Pretty well I'm reiterating what it said. To me, that represents serious concern about accidents and injuries, and who's going to be responsible if someone is seriously hurt and found that the person causing the accident was distracted by the sign? Who do they go after? They go after the building, they go after the city for having approved this and having then the financial fiscal responsibility. I think all of this needs to be taken into consideration despite the revenue earned by the city on these signs, which are substantial, and I understand. But I think health and welfare, our civic responsibility is to care for our citizens and the community, and I just want to be sure the study includes all aspects of the concerns about traffic and distraction, and certainly the light study, which does not seem to include the Sierra Tower building. Us facing this directly, I can tell you we're impacted by this directly, and I am concerned about the way my life is going to be distorted as a result of this. Thank you for the time. I appreciate it. Appreciate what you do. Thank you.
Fred Gaines will be followed by Lenore May.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Honorable Commissioners. My name is Fred Gaines with the law office of Gaines and Stacy. We're land use counsel for the Sierra Towers Homeowners Association. The project includes a fully discretionary development agreement for construction of this 14,000 square foot digital billboard. The billboard on the Pendry, which you know, that's 2,000 feet. This is 14, 7 times larger. It's basic, and this one is fully animated, 3-sided, lit 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There are many inconsistencies in the draft EIR, most notably the billboard shown in the draft EIR renderings. In fact, the one shown to you tonight, the one shown in the staff report, is not the billboard that's now been awarded the Sunset Arts Award. The sign that won the award is contained in Appendix R, where it mentions they got a bigger billboard approved, but there's still no impact. So the studies, everything that's been done is on a smaller billboard, and that's what they're still showing you, even though that's not what they're trying to do. The draft EIR states the proposed project would introduce lighting that could potentially cause lighting and glare impacts. However, the proposed lighting and glare were modeled, and the results were found, according to the study, to be under significance thresholds, so less than significant impacts, 0 mitigations, 0. Why did this happen? Well, one, they didn't include Sierra Towers as a sensitive user, so absolutely no analysis of will people whose windows face this building, 90 feet tall lighting, will there be glow in their room? Will there be glow in their bedroom? Not analyzed, because Sierra Towers not identified as sensitive land use. The study fails to account for animated nature. So the light say, does not look at animated, doesn't look at motion, doesn't look at video footage, doesn't look at flashing effects, strobe light, color changing. None of that is included in the lighting study that this relies on in finding that there's no impact. The lighting study offers no reference or citation to architectural specifications of the physical layout, nor does the study publish actual densities that were modeled within this simulation. How are these lighting densities determined? It's not stated. The lighting study is a highly technical exercise, the results of which are abstract quantitative data, but nothing specific to what the impact of that light will be at that intersection in the windows of these residents. Nothing about traffic. The traffic study doesn't even recognize that this will be lighted. Absolutely nothing on whether this will cause distraction or not cause distraction to traffic on the boulevard. We are now in the process of getting studies done. We ask that in addition to your comments tonight, that you recommend that the comment period be extended an additional 45 days, so we're not forced during this holiday period to come up with the complete and total comments on this. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker will be Lenore May. Lenore will be followed by Nancy Lehner. Lenore, please state your name, city and residence. You have 3 minutes. Oh, it's Linda. I'm sorry.
Thank you, and thank you very much for all that you do, and especially after listening to the last series of people and the issues. My name is Linda May, and I live in West Hollywood. I also live at Sierra Towers, where I've lived for 27 years. The reason I'm a real estate broker, and the reason I chose to live there is that I thought it was the most fabulous location that anyone could live in Los Angeles, and I have never changed my mind. I loved being in that location, and we're all very concerned about this proposed building and billboard, which you've heard the comments, which will be like living in Times Square, a 14,000 square foot billboard that's flashing 24 hours a day with ads and whatever they're going to have on it. The billboard is only going to be 10 feet off the ground. It's a 90-foot building. So that means people, not only are we we're having this terrible glare, many people in our building will have terrible lighting issues affecting their health and their well-being because it'll interrupt your rhythm of living and how you want to live. So that in itself is a serious issue for all of us that we're, as you can hear, terribly concerned about and was not really properly addressed in the DEIR at all. The other thing is the traffic problem at Corey. It's the gateway to West Hollywood. This is a significant intersection in our city. And whether you're going east, it's the gateway, or you're leaving to go to work or whatever you're doing. And we used to walk frequently to go across the street. I mean, we walk to Sunset Plaza all the time. But the idea of walking, as we're at the last few years, has just gotten to be like a genuine problem. I don't need to tell any of you that because you all pass through there, I'm sure, every day. So these are the issues that are on our minds, the health and safety of all of us wanting to continue to live our lives in Sierra Towers, which is the most iconic building, one of them in West Hollywood, and one that, you know, has the admiration of people all over the world for its architecture, and we have fought hard to maintain that building to have the reputation and significance that it has. And we're asking that the city of West Hollywood care about that building and the residents and our lifestyle to continue living there. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nancy Lehner, followed by Brian Roscom. Nancy, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, thank you. My name's Nancy Lehner, West Hollywood. I'm also a resident at Sierra Towers. And I'm opposed to this project as it's currently presented. The determination of the DIR that this project has less than significant impacts in the areas of noise, transportation, light, and aesthetics is completely flawed. Perhaps the most egregious is the enormous three-sided digital billboard. You say you want a landmark building to welcome people to WeHo and to create a sense of community for local residents. This is not a landmark building. This is an advertising revenue scheme disguised as an office building. The design is utterly out of place. It's incongruous to its built environment. A 90-foot tall, 14,000 square foot digital billboard that will be illuminated 24/7 is distracting and disruptive, overpowering and overwhelming everything in its wake. The DIR is incomplete in that it only goes so far west and north as 9233 Doheny Road and egregiously omits the gargantuan the impact of this gargantuan building on Sierra Towers at 9255. Am I to believe that no one at Faring or Gensler or the city can see our iconic tower from that street corner? Who chose to exclude our building from this study, and what was the basis for that decision? The Cray Light study in the report speciously avoids actual modeling of the impact of this building's light and animating effects onto our building and in our units. The study also doesn't account for the compounding effect of all the competing light sources from nearby billboards. Who decided to exclude these factors from the study? How is it that people living within the radius for noticing purposes are absent from the radius of the environmental study? We're not in there. I live on the northeast corner on the 8th floor of Sierra Towers, which means my unit faces directly down on the project site. The billboard of this size and magnitude will upend my personal right to quiet enjoyment in my home. The constant barrage of light and motion in my unit could impact sleep, cause headaches, perhaps nausea, dizziness. If allowed, this billboard would destroy the quality of lives of everyone in my building and put a stain on Sierra Towers forever. I have so many other comments to say, but I just want to say that in general, the report says this building would promote livability. All I see is an eyesore that will continue to destroy this neighborhood. The project as designed is not creative, it is chaotic. It is not glamorous or neighborly, but harmful to our mental health, dangerous for our streets, and invasive in our lives and homes. It would be better for all of us if the stress of being bombarded by constant light all day and all night is avoided, and instead you consider an alternative build without offside signage. In the meantime, I think the DIR needs to be revisited and revised to more adequately and comprehensively study the real impacts of this project on the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Roscom, and will be followed by Hollis Brown.
Good evening. My name is Brian Roscom. I live in Los Angeles. I lived in West Hollywood on Bonner Drive and still own my house there and some other property. And here's what I'd like to talk about. Let me pull my phone up again. Sorry, gentlemen. There we go. Okay, in the CEQA, it's section LU-16.3. It's part of the long, it's a 400-page document, but it's part of where they're explaining what everything means and how they interpret the rules. This is what it says. Policy. Consider impacts to surrounding neighborhoods when evaluating off-site signage. This is in the document. Their reply. The project is surrounded by commercial development on all sides, except its southern side where there are single and multi-family homes. The digital billboard would not be located on the southern portion of the building where the proposed building abuts residential land users. Instead, southern side's most dominant feature is landscaping to soften the views to adjacent residential land uses. Therefore, the project would be consistent with this policy of consider impacts to surrounding neighborhoods when evaluating off-site signage. We've already heard about Sierra Towers. I live on Sierra Mar Drive. You would think I live a long way from Sunset. Actually, I live 500 yards from the project. Keep in mind that this project is, the billboard itself, if you look at the drawings, the billboard is 55 feet tall. Also, it is over 14,000 square feet. That's 1/3 of an acre, to keep in mind. Where I live, we have a beautiful view of the city. We really do. And I'm privileged to live there. However, billboards, of course, like the HBO building, that everyone who lives in our area, that's the eyesore. That big side of a building, when you look out the window, boom, that's what you see. In this case, what we're going to be having here is flashing, colored, animated lights that I will see out of every window in my home. If I walk up to the window, I will see those. I'm not part of the study group. I won't be notified of these things. But just give you two examples. For one, when you redid Luckman Plaza, maybe 8 years ago, 10, when they put in the white lighting that wraps the building on different floors, we were basically told you're not going to notice this at all. Yes, we do. It's blue light. It cuts through everything else, and even that's a small point. Anyway, I made my point about this. With my 12 seconds, I just want to talk about traffic briefly. That intersection, you are narrowing from huge wide Sunset onto Little Sunset. It's a terrible place to have this massive thing that's going to, I can barely look at the new Corey billboard that just went up. It's so bright when I drive up. It causes me to have to put my visor down. This would be catastrophic to traffic. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Our next speaker will be Hollis Brown. Hollis will be followed by Eric Azoma. Hollis, you have 3 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I'm Hollis Brown. I live in the Los Angeles part of the Sunset Strip. I've lived in the hills above Sunset Strip for 44 years, and I object to the massive digital billboard proposed. The DEIR persistently fails to acknowledge the presence of our residential neighborhood. The billboard will impact us horribly. It should not be facing private homes directly across the street. I know. The Pendry Hotel, right below me, with its huge digital light show, just proved the negative impact of billboards and hotels on Sunset Boulevard. Severe traffic congestion. Have you tried to drive there? Sunset Boulevard is a parking lot. You've heard that from everyone. And this construction will only make it worse. In fact, what you're about to do looks like a synchronized motocross of big, bright billboards. So about that DEIR, if the light levels are so low, why don't you build these things on Melrose Avenue, La Cienega Boulevard, Santa Monica Boulevard? The DEIR fails to analyze the effects of light from this project on people and animals and does not seem to comply with the requirements of California environmental law. Big billboards will continue to degrade the quality of life, ruin people's health, and ruin our property values. We know the revenue from this project and similar ones will go towards city services, but negative impacts on our health and on the Sunset Strip community will be severe. Please don't do this to us. Please do not allow this massive, bright billboard to move forward without a complete and accurate study of how its substantial light field will affect me, my family, and our neighbors. And thank you all very much.
Our next speaker will be Eric Azoma, followed by Cheryl Agville. Eric? No? Cheryl? No Cheryl? Okay. Jordan Cockram, followed by Hamid Amrani.
Hello, my name is Jordan Cockram, and I'm a resident of West Hollywood. I support development, and I understand that not only are projects like these necessary, but even if you don't like or support them, they are inevitable. However, new developments need to respect the integrity of the neighborhoods they are in, and I don't believe this project does that. The location of this proposed project is in a neighborhood of beautiful 1 to 2 story houses that have been around since before the inception of the city. Adding a 6-story building with a 14,000 square foot billboard in this location will not only dramatically change the entire character of the neighborhood, but it will negatively impact the residents who live nearby with the increased light, traffic, and noise. A building like this seems more suited in neighborhoods where there are other tall buildings with large, bright displays. I'm all for development. It brings office space, housing, jobs, and more to our city, but this project and this location are not a suitable match. I'm speaking today to oppose this project. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Hamid Amrani, will be followed by Rian Williams. Hamid? No? Rian? Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
I'm going to keep it brief. So straight off the bat, sorry, my name is Rian Williams. I live on North Doheny Drive. I'm a relative newbie. I've been there for 2 years. Look, I really think given the comments made by, I think, Mr. Gaines in particular, who went through the report and found a lot of inaccuracies, it looks like this report was actually based on a smaller version of what's now been submitted. So the findings that are in the report are... Maybe not that much. No, my concern is the report's based on a much smaller build. So all the recommendations and findings that have been made don't apply to the building that's now being proposed. And that's something I think that we really do need to take a look at. A lot's been made of the impact of light. I can't comment to that, but I would hope that serious research is done into that element. But also, as you can probably tell from my accent, I wasn't born and raised here. Now, looking at the type of building this is and the billboards, the digital billboards, in countries where they have been introduced, they've actually been quickly banned because you can look at the new science reports into this, even the the National Road Traffic Association here did a similar report. They found that those advertising billboards, the digital ones, they doubled road fatalities, and the number of accidents on the road increased exponentially. Now that applied for pedestrians as well as cars, bicycles. You know, I noted that there were going to be 16 bicycle berths in this new build. You know, good luck getting there, because I mean a lot's been made of the traffic, but I really do hope when we look at this carefully that there is research into the impact, like that, just on health and safety of anyone using that road, because I think it's going to be an absolute disaster. But there are reasons why these digital billboards have been banned. It's because they cause deaths, and that's one of my main objections to it. I don't object to commercial buildings, although if you walk up and down Sunset, the number of commercial buildings that we have now with lease, 4 lease signs on them and going into recession, I'm afraid this is probably going to be a great big white elephant. So, yeah, let's wait and see.
Our next speaker will be Terry Jacobs. Terry will be followed by Tony Williams.
Hi, I'm Terry Jacobs. I live right behind Sierra Towers on North Doheny above Sunset. And I've got to tell you, the digital billboards that are out there, the flashing, glowing that is going on down there, and the view is just wiped out. I mean, the light impact that this has on humanity, as well as the community, as well as safety, as well as wildlife. Really, you guys, really, please take a look at this. We've got to stop selling out our communities to the highest bidders of advertisers or builders or whatever. And I'm in real estate. I'm all for making money and, you know, and doing the right thing. But this isn't fair. It's not safe. It's not healthy. We really need everybody, every one of you, to take a hard look at this, really look at these studies, and even the people that are paid by the people that are doing this. You've got to have a conscience somewhere on this, because it's ugly. It's really ugly to have that flashing light 24/7. And I mean, the people in Sierra Towers, they're bearing the brunt of it, but I'm up the hill, but it's still obnoxious. Not to mention all the wildlife that are suffering. And the safety. If you've gone through that intersection, you know already it's distracting. That's it.
Tony Williams.
Good evening. I'm Tony Williams. I hadn't planned to get up and speak, but I just wanted to quickly sort of double down on what Ms. Jacobs brought up, and that's about the wildlife. We've heard a lot about the traffic. We've heard a lot about the lights annoyingly intruding on people's apartments. But the wildlife is something I think definitely needs to be considered. I live at Sierra Towers. I live on the 27th floor, and I want to speak on behalf of the red-tailed hawk that picnics on my balcony several days a week. Gophers, squirrels, rats, he thinks of it all and brings it up to visit. It's my understanding that at Los Angeles Airport, one of the ways they've used to remove birds from runway incidents is strong lighting. There are a number of studies, and I hope that we will consider those studies on how the lighting can chase away various wildlife. This particular billboard, in my opinion, has a greater impact on wildlife than any other board in West Hollywood because of its proximity to the flats of Beverly Hills. not only do we have the Hollywood Hills to the north, but just to the west of this billboard is the greenery of Beverly Hills. So I hope that we will give great consideration in the coming days, weeks, and months as we continue to investigate pursuing this to the wildlife, not just the red-tailed hawk on my balcony, but the various other animals that live in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to give these last people a chance to, if they're here or not. Eric Azoma, Cheryl Agville, Hamid Amrani. That is our last public speaker in chambers. I have 2 records to read into the record. These were received after the public comment closed online. This first one is from Alan William, and he states, I oppose the 9160 project, item 10C, in particular on basis that the electronic sign is limited to 1,500 square feet, and here the sign is 14,000 square feet. Virtually the entire building is transmuted into a massive sign or media. And the last one that came in is from Stephen Blue. He says, my name is Stephen Blue. I reside in Sierra Towers, which looks directly onto the proposed development site on the property formerly occupied by Hornburg Jaguar. I urge the city of West Hollywood to oppose the installation of a massive digital billboard that is a central part of the development proposal for the 9160 to 9176 Sunset Boulevard property. I'm not opposed to the development of the site, only the construction of the digital billboard. Certainly a more reasonable approach can be found. Thanks for your attention to this matter, Stephen Blue. And that's all we have in council chambers. I'll turn it over to the Zoom platform. If there is anybody on the Zoom platform that would like to comment and speak on this item, if you're calling in, hit *9 for me. And if you're on the Zoom platform, just raise your hand and we'll give you 3 minutes to speak. Okay.
At this time, we would like to have Lynn Hoopergring speak, and please state your name and city of residence, and you will have 3 minutes. And *6 to unmute.
Hello, this is Lynn Hoopengarner. I live in the city of West Hollywood, and I'd like to speak to 3 major areas: the scope of the study, or lack thereof, the accuracy of the study, and the detail and assumptions made by the study, or the lack of disclosure of those assumptions. I find it very perplexing that people who live within the noticing range, i.e. 500 feet of this project, are excluded from the study content of this project. That seems to be a huge deficiency and should be immediately addressed prior to the FEIR. Related to that, there seem to be a number of assertions made in the studies, especially as relates to lighting, that are based upon assumptions that are not disclosed. As someone who does a lot of financial projections, I can make up numbers all day long. But if I don't tell you I'm assuming that taxes are at 12% and mortgage rates are at 7%, my calculations are meaningless to you. The same applies to lighting. And I'm sure Commissioner Lombardi can probably give everyone an education on this subject. It's disturbing that, in addition, this project is roughly 12 times larger than the largest project under the the Sunset Arts and Advertising DEIR that was, FEIR that was originally approved, which limited digital billboards to 1,500 square feet. The size of this is 12 to, depending math, 14 times bigger. That scope far exceeds the original scope of the original study. To note to everyone, this is in fact on council's agenda on Monday night. to review the latest draft EIR, the latest version of the Sunset Specific Plan and the Sunset Arts and Advertising, and I have not had time to review that, but it might be material. There's just so many elements of this that do not incorporate detailed, validatable data. If you give me data and I can't validate it because I don't know the assumptions, then you've given me nothing. It's artwork on paper. And I'm sure that the attorney who made the point, a very good point, about needing sufficient time to do their own studies in order to validate this data would very much appreciate knowing the underlying assumptions made for these studies in order to validate the data. Thank you.
Our next speaker is the person ending in the cell phone number of 9751. Please state your name and city of residence, and you have 3 minutes, and *6 to unmute, please.
Thank you very much. Jamie Francis Wendell, off of the Sunset Boulevard area of Havenhurst Drive. I just wanted to mention I am a pedestrian mostly, and I utilize that part of Sunset Boulevard to get into Westwood as well as to run into Beverly Hills. I understand there's consensus with the homeowners, and please be aware that there are locals who are not fortunate enough to live in that part of Sunset because of the extreme wealth gap. But I do agree and want to, add to the consensus that we are here as residents, and we don't approve of a way that advertising billboards are dominating the Sunset Boulevard area. I've seen it change the size and scope of these billboards. I run, and I have to be extra vigilant because people do like to engage and use it as a thoroughfare, and it's quite alarming to see how many people are going there for photo ops, or they're trying to immerse themselves in this. It's exciting. It's like, Sunset Boulevard is a way for people to come from all over the world. And those of us who are fortunate to live in the city, I've struggled to maintain residency here. Others were fortunate to move here 40 years ago and reside in Sierra Towers. Congratulations on that. However, there are those of us who are renters who live below Sunset Boulevard. We are still part of your community. We might live eastbound, but we're impacted because we are commuters, whether it be on bike, on foot, by bus. We are the ones that we have no protections. And it's very important that the commission understands that those of us who live here, it's going to gentrify this neighborhood even more. It's going to allow a money-making proposition of billboard revenue and advertising to dominate. It's nice to live in the community. I just don't want to be outpriced and overlooked by someone who is a tourist or someone who is basically staying here who has a lot more money, who has more say than I do. That's very discouraging. And West Hollywood has become a victim of its own success. And I hate to say victim, but you've been a beneficiary. And this will just add to the money-making revenue or the machine of making money. But let it be advised that residents who are fortunate to be homeowners, condo owners, remember us who live below Sunset Boulevard, or the Doheny Sunset Resident Alliance, the Neighborhood Alliance. Just know of your neighbors below, okay? We may not be owners, but we're the ones that are also advocating on your behalf. So recognize that, and at least show some gratitude, or at least some acknowledgement for those who are renters, because it goes all the way to Crescent Heights to Doheny. I get it, but I'll be near 8150 as well as the Harper, and those are also big scope projects. So please be aware of that. Thank you very much, and I oppose the project.
And Chair, that is our last public speaker on this item.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Okay, so again, normally we would close the public hearing, but it's not a public hearing, so I think what we can do is move into deliberation. That's not deliberation, I'm sorry. I'm going to be very clear about this. Nothing is being deliberated tonight. We're just providing comments, just for the record. So, do I have comments? Do we have comments? Okay. Commissioner Caballero?
Yep. So there's no discussion, right? We're just taking down notes, because I have a couple of pages of them. So when I went through the DEIR, a couple of things jumped out at me. First, it feels biased. It's not factual. And let me go into my point. So on page 1.5, scenic quality regulations, it states, the proposed project would develop the desired landmark building for the project site with high quality permanent building materials. And hear me out, because I'm building an argument here. Later, the DEIR states that this is in line with the Sunset Specific Plan, which requests a mixed-use building of landmark quality that dramatically marks the entrance of West Hollywood. So we have permanent materials and we have the entrance of West Hollywood. So for me, the first thing when I read this is like, how can we consider a digital wall a permanent building material when likely that technology is going to be updated on a regular basis? So that made me question that requirement of it being a permanent building material. The DEIR also implies that the building would be less than landmark without the 14,000 square foot digital billboard. And then you go to the alternatives, and one of the alternatives is a building without the digital billboard. And it states, hold on, let me catch up here. Under this alternative, the following objective would be partially met. Deleting the digital billboard would make the building a less dramatic landmark. So where I'm going with this is that, I don't feel like the digital billboard is a permanent material, a building material, because it needs to be updated often. And then we have this whole idea of the Sunset Specific Plan requesting a landmark building at that location, and then the DEIR implying that a landmark building needs to have a digital component, or this landmark building needs to have a digital component to be a landmark building. And we all know that there are landmark buildings all over the world without digital components. But I feel like as I read through the DEIR that it is biased in that definition of landmark, and I fundamentally disagree with that. Hold on, let me go. So one of the questions I had, and I know you can't answer it, but in the presentation there was an image with the digital on and one without. So what I didn't understand from those two images is that a building without the billboard and then one with the billboard, or was the one on the right just the building with the digital billboard turned off? Because if it is turned off, or if we did consider alternative number 2, a building without the digital billboard, and the DEIR states that the billboard is fundamental to it being a landmark building, the argument falls apart for me, because we know that we could go to someone like Frank Gehry and he could design a landmark building on that corner, and it likely wouldn't have to have digital. And then I think one of the public comments was, and for me, what I was thinking, how can this project get around the Sunset Billboard program and just go ahead and put up this giant billboard on that corner without the review of SASE or even the selection committee that reviewed all the Sunset billboards? So that feels awkward to me. And then I went to, I remembered the Western Gateway proposals, and there's a proposal that I saw over the last year and a half, where we have this big art installation in the Meridian right in front of Boa Cafe, I think it is, or just right before that intersection. And then the DEIR sort of states that they want a landmark building here to mark that moment. And then I remember listening to, other billboard hearings where they wanted to be sort of the exclamation point, or the entry to West Hollywood. And I'm just, Rios Clemente Hale's proposing floating balloons over this intersection. And some of these other proposals are, they're painted graphics on the intersection and landscaping and furniture around the intersection. And I guess what I'm trying to say in the end is that I would like to see this intersection considered as a total composition. Like, what is our end goal? Is our end goal just to have this building be the landmark, or is our end goal to have this intersection be a monumental, not a monumental, but a point of entry into our city that's coordinated? Because I feel like the the Sunset Billboard program set out to have a curated set of billboards along Sunset that worked as a whole. And now we're just plunking this in there, which I'm not saying is good or bad, but I just don't get that. I don't feel like the DIR really looks at it objectively in its context, and I agree with all the comments that have been made tonight, and I appreciate everybody coming out. There's something missing in this. I would like to see this DEIR kind of feel less biased and understand that a landmark building doesn't have to have a digital component. And then my last comment would be about power, because later on in the DEIR it talks about how not having a digital billboard would have 55% less energy consumption. And in the world that we now find ourselves in, is that not a good goal? Not having that power consumption, even though the building itself has less than significant impacts on power, just the fact that taking the billboard out would take out 55% of the energy consumption, that's a good thing. And I think it should be considered given our environment. Given the environmental sort of situation we find ourselves in. So those are my points.
Thank you. Commissioner Lombardi, go ahead. Commissioner Matos, you're next.
Thank you. There's probably a lot I could say. Also, my brain is quickly winding down as it gets later every minute here. I could certainly provide, just for background, I am a lighting designer. I've probably worked on over 400 projects and been doing this for over 15 years. So I guess that puts me in a unique position when I see something like this. And I'm, of course, happy to answer any questions, although I know we're not really deliberating right now. But I guess and we're hearing it from public, and thank you for being here and, into this late hour right now. And it's great to hear all of your input and all of your concerns. And I guess maybe for everyone to think about while we're considering this project, there's two things. There's late trespass, which I think you hear about a lot and is covered in this report. And then there's also glare. I think a lot of the concerns that I'm hearing right now are more about glare than light trespass. So light trespass is covered in this study. And I would say that relates more to illuminance, so taking foot candle measurements at property lines. And that's really the amount of light bouncing off a surface. So you look at things like a desk wants 30-foot candles, a corridor wants 5-foot candles, those sort of ratios. But then there's glare. Glare is very hard to define. There's a couple of different ways to look at it. But at the end of the day, it's how much light is in your eyeballs relative to what's around it. And your eyes can only adapt to so many things at once. So you can be in a very bright space with very high light levels and your eyes can adapt. But if you have a very bright light source and a very dark surround, that's glare. And then you have difficulty seeing. Your eyes don't know how to adjust and your vision is actually obstructed. So I think that's something that we're dealing with here. And something that we need to think about, and what a lot of the current concerns are that I'm hearing right now from the public. And we've heard it before on projects on Sunset as well. So just wanted to start with that and could go into it more. But I would say that there's illuminance, or the foot candles, which are covered pretty extensively in this report. And then there's luminance, the candelas per meter squared. And part of that's the signage, which they're saying is limited to 300 candelas per meter squared. That's the directional light that comes at you. And I think that's what our concern, or at least my concern, is here, and has not, in my opinion, been fully addressed in this report. So if we take a step back for a minute and look at the Sunset Billboard policy, There was also an EIR that was created for that. And if I remember correctly, there were assumptions that were made in terms of the number of signs and the size of the signs that would exist along Sunset Boulevard. The digital signs being 500 square feet. And I think that at one point it was raised to a number of 10 signs, but maybe the city could help clarify. What I'm getting at with this is the whole framework of the Sunset Billboard policy and what that was set a sort of assumption on how many of these signs would exist. This project, and from what I'm seeing in the reports, is using a lot of the numbers and criteria that were established from that policy on this project. However, the sign area is 14,000 square feet. So if you do some quick math, that's equivalent to about 28 billboards if we were looking at the 500 square foot static or digital billboards that were assumed, all in one space in one area. So there's the intensification that's associated with that as well that needs to be taken into account. And I don't think the report's covering that right now. We encountered this a little bit with the Whirl, and that project came back to us. I'm sorry, I don't remember the address right now, but we had the Netflix sign, I believe it was, across the street that was creating glare on that facade. And then that raised the concern of a very large sign and what that would do on being the Whirl project and the reflections that would occur on that project and its facade. That hasn't been addressed in this report at all. So we have a lot of neighbors here that are concerned, many within 500 feet, many who were not counted in the data points that were presented here. But I think we also need to look at the luminance and see what's happening with the buildings around the site. That was not addressed at all. We have several buildings. I don't have the addresses, but I want to say one is 9200. That may be where the steakhouse and Soho House is. There's also that medical building across the street that may be 9201. These all have glass facades. So in addition to all the light that's coming off of this building, we also have glass facades that are going to reflect that light and scatter that light toward residents. And that will also intensify what people are seeing. And we haven't even discussed that today. These are not in the report, and I think they need to be, because there is a magnification that happens when the light bounces off of these facades. And we've seen it with a small sign. I can only imagine what would happen with a 14,000 square foot sign. So that's something that, thank you. That's something that I think needs to be studied for sure. And there's so much more I could say about all of this, but I think that's the key right there, is that we need to look at what's happening with the buildings around as well. Also, the assumptions in the report are not really clear to me, and I'm a lighting designer, so I feel like there is probably something missing here. I couldn't find even in Appendix C, which is the more extensive portion of the report, anything that actually stated what the signage area was that was used in the model. So we know that AGI 32 software was used, but I don't think it stated the assumed signage area, what type of a surface was put into the model, and just that surface was set at 300 candelas per meter squared. So there's that to think about as well. Additionally, the report is looking at LZ4 lighting zones, and I'm amazed that some of the audience knows what that all is. That's a very specific zone that's usually designated for an area like Times Square. I know that in the original EIR for the Sunset Billboard policy, there was a suggestion to change the immediate commercial area to LZ4. It does allow for a higher threshold for both illuminance or light trespass on property line and other criteria as well, including glare and numerous other lighting criteria. But we haven't actually proceeded with that process. So that's a loophole right there. I feel like we're missing something. And then we do have the neighbors that are LZ3 zone, and I think there was an attempt in the report to address that with light trespass, but we haven't looked at it fully with glare. And then I'll just get into one thing that's a little bit more specific. I saw in the report that there were some glare studies, and it looked like they were taken to kind of show what the luminance measurements were existing on the site and some average measurements. It wasn't apparent to me how those were taken or how they were averaged. or how they really relate without seeing a model that looks at the building and shows what the brightness is in comparison to the surround. I just don't know how those can be translated over into what that means on the site versus the project, and then likewise to other properties. So I know that's a lot there in the technical realm, but there's also one other thing that I want to point out here. Going back to the Sunset Strip policy again, there's an Appendix D in that policy, in that EIR done by the same lighting consultant. And that said that to comply with these regulations that were set, the thresholds for light levels, signs will be either greater than 250 feet from a residential use, or reduced sign area, or reduced sign luminance. So I think we need to think about those things. I think we have some sites that are very close. We have some buildings that may reflect that sign as well, that are very close to buildings, and that needs to be taken into account. And then we have a massive sign area. So I think that throws those numbers, such as 300 candelas per meter squared, that we're using completely out the door. And we need to think about what that suitable level would be for that amount of area. I probably have other things I could talk about too, but I need a break at this point. But those are the numerous concerns that I have right there.
Commissioner Matos, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Jones. I just want to thank everyone who came out tonight to take the time to submit public comment as part of the draft EIR process and the overall EIR process. It is a vital, important part of the overall EIR process. I want to get into a little bit deeper on some of what was brought up, and I agree with all of it. One of the things that I noticed about the draft EIR is that there were two options that were presented to Commissioner Caviero's point. It was either the building with the billboard or the building without the billboard. When we look at EIRs, they typically have multiple different alternative projects or iterations that can be considered, not just one or two. So I guess if we're talking about comment to help guide this document moving forward and into finalization of the EIR, I would hope to see more expansion upon different alternative projects that do not encompass a 14,000 square foot building facade billboard. Is there something more in line, for example, to Commissioner Lombardi's point, in line with this, with the criteria that we have specifically outlined in the Sunset Strip off-site signage policy initial study and negative declaration document? Is there something that's more in line with that as far as the sign square footage? So I want to see the build out of more alternatives, I guess, as the EIR moves forward in that process. The next thing that I wanted to raise attention to is if we refer to the draft EIR before us right now, and we're looking at page 4.1-11, 4.1.5, thresholds of significance. The guidelines for the EIR checklist, it gives us several thresholds for aesthetic impacts, right? And one of them is A, have a substantial adverse effect on a scenic vista. When you scroll down onto the next page, it talks about a public comment that was received from the city of LA, regarding concern for impacts to scenic vistas in that area. The report goes on to say that there is, I'll quote it directly, per the Los Angeles CEQA Thresholds Guide, when we're talking about scenic views and scenic vistas that could be impacted, you can't consider private space, you can only consider public space. And then it goes on to say that, the only scenic highway that's near the site, north of it, is Laurel Canyon Road, which is approximately 1.7 miles to the northeast. I would want to see more kind of a deeper dive into what that means because it's a very definite statement to say that there is less than significant impact or no significant impact on scenic vistas, and then to not consider things like, I would have questions like, was Mulholland Drive considered as a public scenic vista? Was Fryman Canyon Park in the city of LA considered a public scenic vista? These are all things that are located northeast in the same direction as Laurel Canyon Road, and things that should be considered before making a definite statement like there's no significant impact or less than significant impact on scenic vistas. So I kind of want to see more in line with that as well. The other thing that I do want to touch on a little bit is the framework in the document, or framework in the city policy rather, because this commission's all about policy. I think that the framework was originally intended to be 24 billboards at 1,000 square foot max for digital billboards. So when we consider that, I would hope to see more in-depth analysis on the impact on the overall billboard policy and on this specific project of one single 14,000 square foot sign, specifically related to the light and to the glare. I'm not a lighting expert like Commissioner Lombardi is. I'm not a design expert like Commissioner Caballero is. But I think that the document doesn't do justice the weaving between our citywide policy and this one specific project. If we're going to consider citywide policy as the primary role of this commission, I would hope to see, especially in a document this comprehensive, more in-depth analysis on that. The next thing is, I do think that when I read the draft EIR, there was not as much analysis done on residential impacts and neighborhood impacts of the surrounding community, specifically to the north. And I think that there should be more consideration of that. We want to address what those impacts would be, or actually consider them. That's the whole point, is having that analysis to consider what mitigation efforts can go forward in the EIR. The last thing I wanted to do is ask, when does the public comment period close for this draft EIR?
The last day is December 12th.
December 12th?
December 12th. That's the end of that's the last day. So December 12th at 5 o'clock.
Okay. And how long has that been open?
Since October 27th.
Okay.
So 45 days.
Okay. Thank you very much. I just wanted to get that on the record, and I will yield the rest of my time. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Copeland, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to keep it brief. I do concur with my fellow commissioners and all the points that they brought out, some of which were on my list. And one of the things that concerns me is I don't see us taking into consideration the possible future cumulative impacts with other nearby billboards that are proposed. Because right now we have the second round of projects being preliminarily proposed are 9121 Sunset, 9225, 8919, 8850, these digital billboards. What is the cumulative effect of having all of these within a couple of blocks of one another? In their comparative sizes and so forth. And when we're talking about impacts on traffic and on public and on, a cumulative effect certainly should be taken into consideration and study, I think. And there are other things, definitely the neighbors to the north and elsewhere that could be impacted by this need to be included. We need to expand that scope. I would like to see that. And there was a mention about even something like parking. They're expecting up to 100 workers to be on site at any given time. And the answer for that was they'll be using some nearby lots. To me, that's not very specific when you talk about 100 people showing up and the majority of them in their cars. Which lots are going to accommodate that, and how will that affect visitor parking or anyone else's parking? So I'd like to see more specificity with things like that as far as the area impacts. And the alleyway that's proposed to be used as a loading dock, I was there today, it was very narrow, and it's an ingress for the building directly behind that alley. People drive into the alley to go in, so if you've got a loading dock there, you've got cars there, people unloading. It's a problem for emergency vehicles, and it's a problem for the electrical use, and I think that needs to be looked at a little more closely as well. So there are a lot of little things that I think are impactful, or not little, they're impactful, but when we're talking about the light trespass, I know that's the major concern on everyone's mind right now, and the quality of life issues, but I definitely think that there's a lot missing from this draft that needs to be considered and expanded upon. And even the traffic study, we're talking about very busy intersections. Are we adding into that, as someone mentioned earlier, not just light, but animation, motion, the constant movement? How does that distract? And do we have an accident report for that intersection? Is it more severe than other intersections already? Do we have those kinds of studies? So I would like to see several of these things expanded upon to start with. And those are my beginning comments. So thank you very much, Chair.
Commissioner Gregor.
I'm not going to repeat what everyone else has said. Everybody's been so eloquent up here tonight. I was just going to call attention. Commissioner Copeland just sort of touched on it a little bit, but on page 4.1-16, page 88 of my PDF, it says concerns were raised in written public comments on the initial study about impacts of the digital billboard on driver and pedestrian safety. It says high light levels or intense glare would have the potential to impact driver and or pedestrian safety. However, high light levels and intense glare would not be produced from the digital billboard. Therefore, the project would have a less than significant impact in this regard. What I don't understand how the conclusion was come to that there won't be high light levels or intense glare from this digital billboard, so I think you should look at that. But also, and I heard the public comments tonight, any sort of distraction at an intersection could have a major impact on driver and pedestrian safety. It seems to me that anything about the project that could distract a driver should be reviewed as a potential significant impact on the project. So to the extent the draft EIR really hasn't looked at the potential impact of something as distracting as a 14,000 square foot digital billboard, it seems to me they should go back and consider that. I might suggest a 14,000 foot billboard that even wasn't digital or illuminated could have a significant impact on driver or pedestrian safety. So I guess I wouldn't just wave that off as a concern. So I would like to see that addressed a little bit more as they're reviewing this going forward. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Not really, Chair. I asked my questions prior to public comment, but I do want to piggyback on what Commissioner Copeland had asked for, which was to find out the cumulative effects of these billboards. I had actually asked for that, I think like a year and a half ago before we approved the Everly project, and because I had concerns then about the cumulative impact of all these billboards. So if it is possible to get that, I think that would be really helpful so that we and the public know, what the impact will be of all of these billboards. So if it is possible to get that, I'd love to.
Great, thank you. I don't have a ton to add. I do want to just piggyback on what Commissioner Copeland and Vice Chair Thomas mentioned, just as I have been serving on SASE now, the Sunset Arts and Advertising Subcommittee. Sorry, it's getting late. I really think since its inception, and I think one of the things that's been really challenging about it, and we've talked about this with staff and with applicants before is that, we tend to view, receive projects in a kind of a vacuum. So like we'll be getting a proposal for a billboard, and then there's actually going to be a billboard like 2 buildings away from it, but we don't know that, so there's no way to know what it will look like within the kind of the finished streetscape, if you will, once all of the billboards are there together. So again, I don't have a ton to add. Someone said this more eloquently than I will earlier, and I saw it mentioned in some of the public correspondence that we received about this, but this very much does seem to be a very large ad in search of a building. Candidly, and it's still very early phases of this. I really don't know that I feel that there's a lot to recommend it. It's an office building with a proposed gigantic billboard on it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I sometimes think that we can do better than this. There are also some things about other orientations for the signage. Certainly the surface area, again, all of these things have been said. I think we probably have a little bit more, leeway with this because it's not a housing project. If any of you were here earlier, congratulations for making it this far. But we're pretty limited in what we can consider for housing projects. So that because this is an office building, it's a little different. Yeah, I don't think I have a ton more. The light trespass, the glare, Commissioner Lombardi's comments. I don't think I have anything else to add at this time. So I think my concerns have been enumerated. Again, if you were here earlier, you know that we're all residents of West Hollywood. We're all residents of West Hollywood, and I think it's probably fair to say most of us traverse Sunset Boulevard, maybe almost every day. I know I do. So those are my comments. Does anyone have anything else they'd like to add? Vice Chair Thomas, you can go ahead.
Just a few small things. I just wanted to cheerlead, I guess, the fact that this will be the first all-electric building in West Hollywood history, which I think is worth noting. Also wanted to note that most of the billboards on Sunset, the billboards will have 17.5% of public arts and civic engagement, and this one will have 25%, which is obviously above what they needed to do. So I just wanted to highlight some of the positive things about the project. And there was one other thing that I can't think of right now, but I did want to at least mention those things and say that those are, also, I'm always championing for local hire, and in the draft EIR, they did mention that employees from the local workforce will be hired during both the construction and operational phases of the project and would not require workers from outside the region. So I was just really happy to see that because I'm always, like I said, championing for local hire, and it was mentioned by someone in the public earlier about how we need to do more around local hire. So I thought that was really great to see in the draft EIR, and so I just wanted to note that, and those are my only 3 things I wanted to mention.
Thank you. Commissioner Lombardi.
Thank you. I just wanted to circle back on a couple of the things that I discussed previously, very briefly, with a little additional clarity, just for the record. So, first of all, the table that's on page 1-2, this maybe is a more obvious one, light and glare, less than significant. I would think that at least it would need to be written in as less than significant with mitigation, because we know that there's light monitoring and dimming required to even get the billboards to function at the assumed calculations that are in the report. So I would think that that's something that would need to be clarified there. And then going back to the lighting studies, just to kind of summarize, more on glare and glare off of buildings. And perhaps the Whirl project and what was provided by that applicant could at least be referenced. The idea that it's not just the foot candle readings at property line, but views that show the brightness and also the brightness off of buildings. I think that needs to be done given the scale and size of this sign. And then relating to that, since we're supposed to compare alternatives, I don't think that there's a lot of context in any of that sort of report or data unless we also see it without or see it with maybe the signage area that's allowed per the billboard policy, which I believe is 1,000 square feet, as Commissioner Matos said, not 500. I may have said 500 earlier. So I think that that would be a basis there too, including looking at buildings and seeing how much glare we're getting and then seeing what it would be if it were 1,000 square feet or none. I don't think that's in here right now, and it should be as part of what this study is about. And then I think we need to be a little more extensive in terms of where our sensitive receptors or areas are on the property. So that's been discussed as well. And then I think materiality was a really great thing that Commissioner Cavallero brought up as well. I mean, if this is going to be here for a long time, how does that facade get maintained? And what does it mean if it's an LED billboard? And how does that prove itself to be a lasting building that needs to be considered?
Thank you. Commissioner Copeland?
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, just one more brief thing. As we talk about expanding the scope of the impact on nearby residents, I agree with the public commenter earlier that that should also include the wildlife that's impacted in those areas as well. So this should be for all living creatures, you know, that would be affected by expanding that scope. Thank you. That's it.
Any additional comments? Go ahead.
I'm just going to make this really quick. I know that we have a lot of people from the public who are interested in it. I'm just wondering what the timeline for this, if you could say it on the record or if it's available somewhere. No? Just so that the public's aware.
There is no established timeline for this project this time. Right now, what we will do is collect all of the public comments, including what was heard this evening, what was heard last night at Transportation Commission, anything that has been sent in writing from now until December 12th. That just to add, also, I heard from the public and I heard from some of the commissioners, you know, things like, I have so much more to say, but I'll stop, or that they didn't have enough time. We can receive any comments in writing, so if there's more to say, put it in writing and send it to us, and it will be incorporated into the record and included in the comments and responses to comments. So that is open, but what we'll do is we'll take that information, we'll revise the draft if needed, and come back, and so it'll be probably at some point in this late spring at the earliest. It's really hard to say at this point because there's a lot of work yet to be done.
Okay, so the only date right now in mind would be the December 12th end of public comment period, correct? Okay, thank you.
Could we also let the public know where they should send those comments?
Sure, you can send them directly to me. I think my information should be posted in the agenda, or you can send it to planning@weho.org and it'll get routed to me.
Could you state your name for the record?
Sure, it's Derek Purification, so it's hard. It's so my email is dpurification, so it's DPURIFICACION@weho.org. Hopefully you guys can remember that. Or planning@weho.org, which is a lot easier.
Thank you. Commissioner Cavallero?
Yes, since we're all sort of recapping what we said, I guess one of the comments I was trying to, or one of the points I was trying to make was having worked on sort of the gateway entries when I was an arts commissioner, and kind of looking at the West Gateway, looking at the East Gateway, and looking at the Santa Monica Gateway, in this DEIR, that assertion that the building must be landmarked because it is the gateway to the city but also knowing that the city is planning other installations like the large light sculpture in the Meridian, this Rios Clemente idea that, you might have floating balloons or you have the painted intersection. I really want to see it considered as a whole, because we have those other billboards too across the street, and they all need to be considered as a composition and really understand whether this billboard really needs to have that much digital installation. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Commissioner Lombardi.
I have one question as this project moves forward. So oftentimes we'll see the EIR come to us with the project itself. I just think that could be a little bit challenging in this case. So maybe that's something to be coordinated between the city and the applicant, but obviously there's some extensive information that we're hoping to see included in the EIR, and given that some of it, such as the signage, is so integral to the building, it would be very hard to, have both of those go together, verify that all the information is correct, and then also approve the building, if you know what I mean. So I don't know what the plan is with this one versus a Housing Accountability Act project, since this one would not be. Any thoughts on process moving forward?
We can take that into consideration.
Okay. Anything else? Speak now. Okay, thank you. Thank you everyone for coming out. We're moving on to our next item, which is item 12, unfinished business. There is none. Item 13, excluded consent calendar. There is none. Item 14 is items from staff. We have item 14A as a planning manager's update.
Just give me one quick second. Okay. So discussion of upcoming agendas. We have quite a few items coming up on the next couple of meetings. So we have a meeting on December 1st. We will have the continued public hearing for 8555 Santa Monica. If you could please keep it down. Sorry, we're trying to finish our meeting here. That item was continued to a date certain from the November 3rd meeting. We will also hear 4 subdivisions, similar to the one that we heard this evening, subdivision of a new condominium building. These were properties that were already approved and have expired. We're bringing that as one consolidated public hearing with 4 resolutions attached. And then we will be here, and actually I think that's, at this point, that's all that will be on the December 1st agenda. There are several items that were to be on that agenda that will need to be continued because of the disruption that happened when 8555 got moved. So we will have several items on December 15th as well, including the general plan consistency for 8465 Santa Monica Boulevard, a billboard at 8497 Sunset Boulevard, and looking at some language for zone text amendments regarding West Hollywood West design review standards and accessory dwelling units. And then on December 1st, we'll also be talking about our calendar for 2023 and any cancellations of meetings that conflict with holidays or so forth. So at this point, I know earlier in October, we didn't have any items lined up for December 15th, so we had talked about not having that meeting, but since we had 8555 continued and it pushed some of the other items off of that meeting, we do need to have the December 15th meeting on the calendar. So if there are any absences or any anticipated conflicts, if you can just let us know about that.
This may be, well, the next meeting may be my last, but if I am still on, I will not be here on December 15th. I will be away.
I'm going to have to get back to you on my availability for the December 15th meeting.
Okay.
I don't think I'm going to be able to make it, but I wanted to triple check.
That's fine. All right, upcoming for subcommittees, we don't have anything scheduled in the upcoming meetings for Design Review Subcommittee. For Sunset Arts and Advertising Subcommittee, we are looking at scheduling a meeting on January 10th, 2023. Yeah, is that correct? Let me just double check. It's actually the 12th, sorry. January 12th, 2023. So the members of the Sunset Arts and Advertising Subcommittee can let us know if that seems reasonable or if there are conflicts. And then we have, so that one would be 8501 Sunset, which we've been trying to find a date for, so it would be good to nail that one down soon. And then the Long Range Planning Project Subcommittee, next meeting would be December 15th. There are 3 items currently on that agenda, or on the look ahead: parking minimums, hotel rooftop additions, and tree canopy standards. So again, like I always say, if there's a bunch of items on that meeting, because it has such a short time, we'll get through the material that we can. And that is all I have this evening, I think.
Thank you, Jennifer. Item 15 is public comment. David, do we have any public commenters?
We have no public comments in chambers. We have a few people left on the Zoom platform. If anybody's calling in that would like to speak, *9. Anybody else, raise your hand. And Chair, it looks like we're all clear.
Great, thank you. Item 16 is items from commissioners. Do we have anything? Go ahead, Vice Chair Thomas.
I would like to congratulate our chair on her nuptials.
Oh, thank you.
And say that the fact that you're here today just really shows your dedication to this commission, and appreciate you being here.
Oh, thank you.
I would also like to acknowledge the public that is now gone, except in the corner over there, and thank the public for being a part of the process and sharing their thoughts this evening. And just appreciate everybody who took the time and stayed through the evening to provide public comment. And that's it, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Oh, and I'd also like to congratulate Lindsay Horvath on being our new supervisor.
Well, since you said that, now I can say it too, and that is that Lindsay Horvath, who actually officiated my wedding, the only thing that could have made my wedding better was finding out that she had pulled ahead at my wedding, and that's when we did find out that she pulled ahead. So I'm very happy to hear this evening on breaks that she has claimed victory and her opponent has conceded. So I wouldn't be here without her, so I'm very happy for her. All right, anybody else? Oh, Commissioner Copeland, go ahead.
Just a quick congratulations to you as well.
Oh, thank you.
And also a very safe and happy Thanksgiving to everyone. And thanks staff once again for your patience and your help. And that's it for me.
All right. All right, thank you, everyone. I'm going to adjourn this meeting. We will adjourn to a regularly scheduled meeting on Thursday, December 1st at 6:30 p.m. right here in West Hollywood Park Council Chambers meeting room. Thank you.
adventure, save a life, let people know that you're going on a journey from A to B. Save 4,000 gallons of water a year. Don't wash your car. Don't wash your history away.
Can you do it again, but don't block your face with the script?
I don't think we need to do that.